Councilmember, like 5 more minutes? That's fine. Are we ready to get started? Okay. Let's begin. City Manager, I would like to do the invocation and the flag salute after our study session. And do we need to ask, do we have any changes to the agenda right now?
No, not at this time. Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, there is going to be one closed session item that we're going to add to the agenda. And I think depending on the time this takes, we may want to try and squeeze that in before the regular council meeting.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we'll depending on what time this study session ends, we'll play that. We'll likely we might have a public comment, a closed session item. So let's begin with our study session.
Madam Mayor, do you want to take roll call?
Roll call, yes.
Councilmember Elias? Here. Councilmember Camacho? Councilmember Laura?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lutz?
Here.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Let's begin with the study session.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. At this time, I'll turn it over to Angelina Garcia for introductions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight's study session will include 3 high-quality presentations from underwriters proposing to issue our pension obligation bonds. We have our Municipal Financial Advisor, UFI, on the line via Zoom, and we have a representative here, Brandon Cuffrey, to take us through more of the technical aspects of the underwriting process. So we have 3 scheduled proposers. The first one we'll hear from is Piper Jaffrey, and so they're going to go on at 4:40. They'll have 15 minutes to present. We'll then ask them to step out of the room, or we'll then ask council to take 5 minutes to ask any to ask the questions that you have in front of you. We ask that each take 1 question each, and you'll go around and ask those questions. At the end of the 3rd presentation, we'll then ask all the 3 to leave the room so that council can have deliberations and hopefully decide on an underwriter for this process. So the first one again will be Piper. They'll have from 4:40 to 4:55 to present, and from 4:55 to 5 for council to ask any questions that they may have. So we'll bring them in now. Piper?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for having us. It's nice to do one of these in person, even in these interesting times. Do I keep this on? Do I take it off? What's your pleasure? Take it off. Okay. Probably nicer to see who you're talking to and who you'd be working with. So, shall I jump into this? How do we want to run this?
We'll just introduce the City Council, and we'll let you know that you have 15 minutes to present. You can ask us to advance the slides, and we have the media team here to assist in advancing the slides. After that, you'll have 5 minutes for council to ask the interview questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You can begin.
Okay, awesome. Well, first of all, my name is Ralph Holmes. I'm with Piper Sandler. This is Tony Rapista, my colleague, and we appreciate the opportunity to meet with you. Why don't we go ahead and jump into this? So looking at the first slide, just who are we? Piper Sandler is a regional investment bank. We have offices throughout the country. We have offices internationally. What I would take away from this slide here is that we are all about public finance. About 25% of our business is doing public finance. And what is public finance? It's financing municipal infrastructure throughout the country. Within California, we've got 3 offices, one in Torrance, one in San Francisco, one in Sacramento. I'm in the San Francisco office, although honestly I haven't been to San Francisco in 2 months. In the pandemic, I mostly work from home, which is Oakland. I work up and down the state. I've done a variety of financings in this region. In fact, going back many years, 2008, I did a financing when I was with the firm De La Rosa and Company for the city of Pico Rivera. And just looking at this, a couple things to point out. Since 2017, we are the #3 ranked firm in California in terms of par amount of deals. We do a variety of financings, both large and small, for cities, for counties, for school districts, for special districts. Go ahead and move to the next slide. Very quickly, we'll be very fast on this. These are just the resumes for the people that you would be working with. Myself, Ralph Holmes. I've been working in the business for 25 years. I started off at Piper Jaffray actually in 1998. Went to De La Rosa and Company where I was a partner until we sold the firm to Stephen Nicholas, and came back to Piper Jaffray in 2017. It's interesting because out in the lobby, I've got all my old colleagues at the different firms. We all worked together at one point. It's kind of fun and interesting. Tony Rapista's working with me. He's got 11 years working in the business, and he'd be working with me on this transaction. Chris Bissett in our San Francisco office is our underwriter. He's been working with the firm for 32 years. He's underwritten $13 billion of bonds over that period of time. The next slide, let's see. Can we go to the previous one? I think we skipped one. No, we didn't. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. So on this slide, we've laid out just sort of who we sell to in terms of investors. And what that really, I missed my slide. What that means is we sell to investors, both large and small. We sell to mutual funds, insurance companies, money managers, individual investors, the whole gamut. We've got a large distribution team that sells bonds throughout the country and throughout California.
And if I could add to this too as well, highlighted in orange there, we have 142 self-investors throughout the country. A large number, a large percentage, 121 out of 142, market to tier 2, tier 3 investors, middle market investors. The size of your transaction, about $33 million, it's right in their wheelhouse, the type of investor that would be attracted to the type of transaction. In the bottom graphic there, we lay out the investors. You got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So tier 1 investors, those are your large, mega wealthy institutions. A lot of the names you're very familiar with. Tier 2, tier 3, usually not the names that you're familiar with, but they do carry some sizable assets and support. And I think one of the things that we call our secret sauce is our penetration into that tier 2, tier 3 market. Again, I think with the size of this transaction, that we can help broaden the distribution to offer the lowest interest rates.
Thank you, Tony. Next slide, please, and let's. One more. There we go. Okay. And this is the one I wanted to jump in on. So what this slide really intends to communicate is that we underwrite bonds that are similar to what you're going to do. So we do pension financings. We don't have the longest list of pension transactions. We do pension transactions. But what we do is we sell taxable bonds. And the reason that matters is a pension bond is a taxable transaction. And so when you look at what we do in terms of selling bonds, we sell, we're top 3 ranked in terms of taxable transactions across the country. In the last 5 years, we've underwritten $16 billion in taxable transactions throughout the country. Over that period of time, almost $5 billion in California bonds. And so, just again, laying that out. We also underwrite a large amount of AA taxable bonds, which frankly is what you will be. You'll be a AA minus taxable transaction. This is what we do. Moving to the next slide, please. One more slide. Thank you. On this slide, just one of the things we point out is in terms of taxable sales is we have a group that's dedicated to selling bonds to municipal public bodies. That's counties, that's water districts, that's cities. And that's a group that helps us sell specifically short-term financings. Your financing will be a mix of short and long-term bonds. And so that group will be useful in selling your financing. There are other municipalities that will likely participate in the sale or the purchase of your bonds. Listed on this page is also just some experience we've had as a co-manager where we outperform, where our liability is much less than actually the orders we put in on those financings. Moving along, the next slide is interesting because it lays out a couple different financings that we've did. They're taxable transactions. The one on the left was a taxable pension financing in Connecticut. And listed below is who bought it, not the individual investors, but the type of investors. And what you'll see for taxable bonds, a huge driver of those financings is insurance companies. They're a big buyer of those bonds. Also, you've got other broker dealers that are selling to their accounts. You've got bond funds as well. So we list out here this Connecticut transaction we did recently. We also list out a Moreno Valley USD as well as a Mendocino CCD transaction. These are all taxable financings that were done recently. And I would say that the market we're in is a very volatile market. It's not a typical market, not the market we've had for the last 3 to 4 years. And so, what we're trying to articulate here is we've got the ability to sell taxable transactions in what is a difficult market. Moving forward, I'm going to try and pick it up a little bit because I think we're going to run out of time. These are some of the types of investors that would buy your bonds. And so if you look at this, what you really see is a mix of insurance funds, insurance companies, you've got funds, you've got trading accounts, and you've got some municipalities that actually participate in the purchase of AA-rated taxable transactions. There's other investors we deal with, but these are a sampling of some of the big ones you would see when you sell your bonds. Moving on to this next slide. And this is a graphic, and it's interesting because we have not been working with the city and talking with the city about how you want to structure your pension financing. And what we lay out here are just some different examples, some ideas, but we haven't worked with you, and we don't know what you actually want, what your goals are. And so we would work with your municipal advisor, we'd work with staff, and figure out exactly what structure you want, what your goals are, whether they're maximize savings, whether they're going to insulate you from market risk, those sorts of things. These results are actually, as of when we put the proposal in, the market's traded off a little bit. You've lost some of the savings, not a lot. And the reason you haven't lost a lot of the savings is because much of your UAL is short, and the short end of the curve really hasn't traded off as much as the long end of the curve. So why would you hire us? We are a leader of this sort of financing. We are a leader in municipal finance in California, specifically in taxable financings. We don't have the longest list of pension financings, but I would argue that that's not what really matters. What matters is you hire a firm that can sell taxable bonds, that can work with your city, can work with your municipal advisor, and get you the best rates possible. We've got the technical ability to structure these financings. I've done in my career 10 of these personally. In the last couple of years, I've done a couple of them. And we've got the ability, we believe, to deliver the lowest interest rates to the city. I'll stop there and answer any questions you have.
Do you have any questions from the council? Yes. Councilmember Lara.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you walk me through, what a typical, say, if we were to award you the contract to sell our bonds, what would that look like? Walk me through the trading desk. So how many staff members will be managing phone calls, making phone calls to try to get our bonds sold? Can you walk me through that process, the minutia of that?
I can. So you specifically the sale, not the whole process leading up to it, but the sale itself. Okay. So
Or if you want the process, what you think is relevant for that.
okay. So you've already gone through your validation, which is a huge process, huge part of the process. I would argue that you would like to get into the market sooner rather than later, given what's going on. There's so much volatility. You don't know what's going to happen. But what you do know is where rates are now, and I think they achieve the results you want. I don't know that because I haven't been in communication with staff and with the council or with your municipal advisor, but 20% savings is pretty good, and I think your goal is to try and lock that in. So with that, I'd say your goal is to get into the market as quickly as possible. That means sitting down working on a structure that meets the needs of the city. Sitting down with staff, with your municipal advisor, coming back to the council with a recommendation. Once that's been chosen, simultaneously actually, working on the presentation to the rating agencies, because there's going to be a rating presentation where we sit down with S&P, it'll likely be S&P, not Moody's, and go through the credit of the city, walk through that, and you're going to get a formal rating. And so once you have that, you're going to post a POS, and you're going to be in a position to sell bonds. So now to the point you're referring to. So we post the POS. Let's say we post it on a Thursday. We probably would price a week from the following Tuesday. And so leading up to that, we would have a call with your municipal advisor and with staff to walk through the market, to talk about what's going on. The preliminary official statement, the offering document, will be out on the street. Investors will be looking at that. At that time, our salespeople are going to be calling all the investors that buy this debt. And they're going to, we've got 120 salespeople. They're going to be doing just that. Our underwriter, Chris, is going to be yelling at those guys, hey, have you called these guys? Have you called these? And that's the process that he goes through every week. And he sells 2 to 3 deals a week. So he's going to be doing that leading up to it. We'll have a call with the city, with your municipal advisor the prior week. Then the day before, we'll have a call. It's called a pre-pricing call. We'll sit down. And at that point, my desk will have an idea on who's going to buy your debt. And they're going to have an idea on what rates they're going to be. And so on that call, we're going to sit down with your staff as well as with your municipal advisor. And when I say sit down, it's going to be on the phone. We're going to have a presentation where we walk through where we are in terms of rates. We're going to talk through other comparable transactions so that you can see where are other deals trading, similar transactions to yours. And you won't have a AA- or AA POB pricing on the same day. So what will happen is we'll be looking at spreads to treasuries, to the 10-year treasury, likely. Depends on which maturity. But we'll be going through that. We'll walk through that with your staff, with your municipal advisor. And the day before, it'll be Monday probably in the afternoon. At that time, your staff and your municipal advisor will look at that and they'll say, yeah, we agree with your game plan. We like that. We like you going out with at those levels. And there'll be spreads to treasuries, actually, is what happens. And so provided we're good the next morning, we release at 7 a.m. We have an order period. We come back and we have spreads, and we're talking about just spreads to treasuries. And literally, you've got interest rate scale starting in 2023 out to 2043, your final year. And we will sit there and we'll walk through that with staff, with your municipal advisor, and we'll talk through that. And you, obviously, likely your municipal advisor will come back and say, hey, we think we should be a little tighter there, blah, blah, blah. And we'll come to a recommendation. We'll have investors, and we'll go to investors and say, this is where the city is. And provided it's good, we'll lock it in, and we will sell the bonds. We'll likely have to buy some bonds, because that's what happens is when oftentimes there's a maturity or 2 or 3 or 5 where we don't have orders. And as an underwriter, that's what our capital is for.
We have roughly 4 minutes.
Great. Thank you. That was a very thorough answer. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ralph and Tony, thank you for the presentation. I have 3 questions.
Can you keep it? We only have 4 minutes, so maybe
4
your
minutes.
most important, so we can give the others time as well.
Okay, I'll give you a compound question, okay?
Unless they don't have any questions, but I have a question as well.
Yeah, okay. Compound question. In the last 2 years, the cities that you've worked with across the state, and pretty much when it comes down to the cost of of doing this refinance, what are your upfront costs and fees? Kind of looking at it from perspective of a refinance approach so that our viewers can understand. And then finally, do you have any ties to existing council members here on the dais? And have you made any contributions to any of the existing council members in the past in the city or currently?
I'll answer the second question, no. I have not met any of you, made contributions, don't know any of you. I'm fresh and brand new. In terms of your first question, underwriter discounts vary on the transaction. They vary on just what's going on. I will tell you that I've wanted to do this transaction. I've provided 2 proposals for it, and frankly, I think that my fees are really aggressive, and there's a reason, because I would like to work on it.
Got it. And the cities that you've worked with in Southern California in the past 2 years?
Let's see, City of Lancaster, I recently worked on a couple transactions with them. Carson, I've worked on transactions with them. Both of those, the discounts were higher. They were different transactions. They were longer. I spent a lot of time on those transactions, but they were the discounts were a bit higher.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate your time, Ralph.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Camacho.
On that note, are there any back-end fees that you would charge during this transaction?
Any what fees? I'm sorry?
Back-end fees?
No. The way we get paid is we get paid an underwriter's discount. And so what I bid was a cost to sell the bonds, which is what the the sales people get to sell the transaction. And then our costs, which include our underwriter's counsel and the costs specific to the deal. It's not a big number. I don't have it in front of me, but if we pull up the proposal, I can tell you what it was, or Brandon can.
That's fine. Thank you. Based on the report, refinancing these bonds will save the city $11 million over the course of 20 years. And this refinance, if you will, would that add any additional fees or taxes to our residents?
No, you're converting one kind of obligation, which is a pension obligation, to a fixed bond obligation.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
The strength of an underwriter is his market.
Yes.
Customers. We're dealing with a very challenging time right now in selling bonds in this market. How are you going to deal with that?
It's what we do every day. That's our business. And I'd say we price 2 or 3 deals a week. We've got a large capital base. It is our business. And we're working with cities, school districts, counties, special districts. That is our business.
I see that you have a number of banks as your customers.
Yes.
And your investors. Now, what is their reaction to the inflation situation that we have now in terms of their interest in bonds?
So both banks and investors and really all bond buyers are all looking at it, and they don't know what to think. They think rates are going up. They also have outflows from municipal funds as investors. Investors see their portfolios go down in value because rates are going up, and they're taking their money out of mutual funds, and so that's going on. At the same time, these investors are managing money, and that's what they do for a living. And so their job is to continually manage and invest in the best investments they can. And so the important thing for us is to work with those investors to explain to them why this is a great credit, why they should own these bonds, and at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to sell them. That's what we are.
Now, my last question is, I see listed in your customers that you have, I guess, 2 California firms. The other ones you basically are out of state. Is there a reason why there's only 2 that you're listing?
So are you looking at page, I think my page numbers are off here, but you look in the list.
I can answer that question. So I think, probably answer your previous question too as well about the volatility in the market. And one of the things I'm trying to show in the slides was our recent petitions on pension obligations on also taxable bonds in this market, where it's really volatile. What we're trying to provide to the investor types, those investor names there, it's not a full list, by the way, examples of it, that we, Chris Bassett, who's the spearhead of the transaction, the marketing of it, we have a roadmap. We know the investor types, we know who has who knows what's going to happen? And the fact that we have a lot of capital, that we would step in. We can write $3 billion of municipal money. And we will use that capital to support the city's transaction. That's why and I think that's it. And I think we're very capable. Ralph has a lot of experience constructing financial allocation models. We're the municipal advisors. And we know what it is.
Just to let you know, we're 3 minutes over.
Okay,
Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen.
absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and the next one will be Ramirez. Good evening. Hi, we've invited you to present to the members of the council today. You'll have roughly 15 minutes for your presentation. Then they'll have 5 minutes to ask any questions that they might have of you based on your presentation.
Okay, do I need to keep this on?
No, you can take it off for the presentation.
Okay, thank you for inviting us to present. Mike Mejia, Raul Amezcua. We represent Ramirez and Company. I guess before we delve into the 7 questions that you asked, I thought I'd just start off by telling you a little bit about Ramirez and Company. We're a 51-year firm that's been in existence since 1971, 150 employees, and we're very proud to say that in 51 years, we've never changed our name, we've never been forced to be in a merger, we've never asked the federal government to bail us out. We have been consistently growing and a strong firm based on our own performance. So that's number one. Mike Mejia and I both grew up not far from here. We used to dream about living in Pico Rivera, but we grew up in East LA, right by Garfield High School. He's a little younger than me, but we grew up blocks from each other. And so we know Pico Rivera because it was like our backyard. Driving down to Pico Rivera to eat at Mario's Tacos is something we used to do for many, many years. I still remember the original location across the street, which is no longer there. We were kids. We used to dream about eating at the Del Rey that's there. But more importantly, I think we know the history of Pico Rivera better than the other folks that you'll be speaking to today. Right out of college, my first job was working for Northrop. I worked on the F-18 program. And I knew, not many people knew, what was going on at the Northrop facility here. So I think Pico Rivera should be very proud to know that you originated, you created, you're where the first B-2 bomber was invented. The most expensive plane, the most sophisticated plane out there. Its home was Pico Rivera. And I've got so many stories to tell you about what was on that rooftop because there were Russian satellites on it at all times.
I think we're familiar with our history, but you have a limited time, so if you want to get into the content of your proposal.
First slide. First slide, I get too excited about this kind of stuff. I think our experience with pension bonds speaks for itself. We've done about $3.8 billion since 2017. We did the very first deal that started this current wave for the city of Coachella. But what makes us unique and important differentiator is that the cities that we've worked with are similar to Pico Rivera. Largely working class communities, largely Latino communities. And you could see some of the tombstones up there. The city of Monterey Park, Pomona, Baldwin Park, El Monte. We've also done deals for the city of San Fernando, pension bond deals that is. The city of El Centro, and other cities that share similar demographics. The reason that's important is that when you go to the rating agencies, when you go talk to Wall Street investors to invest in your bonds, they always prefer and have a bias to buy the Beverly Hills bond. Why? It's so easy. They have higher per capita incomes, their economic factors are much higher than yours, and they just assume that they're a stronger city, whether it's true or not. 30% of the weighting for your S&P rating, which is the rating you will get for this deal, is solely based on demographics. It is such a biased approach that carries on from the from the rating agencies to the investors. That is our specialty, is to present your credit and your story with the enthusiasm that we started this presentation and convince them that you're great credit, that you're maybe perhaps even a better credit than Beverly Hills as an example. On the next slide, our team is very proud to say that we first presented the pension bond idea to the city of Pico Rivera in 2019. The staff at the time said, no one has presented this to us. We brought this idea to you all. And consistently for the last 3 years, we presented updates, we've met with various folks, and try to earn your business. So we're not just here because we got invited to do an RFP. We're here because we presented the idea, and we're thinking about you. I lead the banking group, and so I have full authority to dedicate the resources to make sure that you guys are a priority for us. The next slide. A lot of big factors, a lot of big numbers that show how big Ramirez and Company is relative to our competition and our capabilities in the industry. The bottom blue box is the most important. If you hire Ramirez and Company, I can promise you today, the day we price your bond deal, Ramirez and Company will price no other deal, nowhere in the country. Not in New York, not in Boston, not in San Francisco. City of Pico Rivera will be our entire focus. I wonder how many of our competitors can make that comment or that commitment to you. I think none of them can, but you will be our priority. Question number 3, I will turn over to my colleague, Mike Mejia.
So thank you very much. So regarding structure, I want to focus on this a little bit. So really our guiding principle for the structure for the transaction is 2 things. Number 1, we really want to make sure that we address the city's goals. And then number 2, we want to optimize that for the market at the time. Now, the city's goals, the ones that we believe are really the guiding principle for this is number 1, maximize general fund savings. Number 2, we want to minimize your borrowing costs. And number 3, we want to definitely strengthen the city's credit. Now, what's going on in the market? So obviously we all know that interest rates have increased. However, interest rates on the front end of the yield curve have increased more than interest rates on the back end. And so what that happens is that it creates what we call a flat yield curve. And so therefore, the difference between short-term and longer-term interest rates is lower. And because it's lower, it makes sense to issue bonds that are longer-term. So those are the guiding principles for the structuring recommendation. If we go to the next slide, please. So in our RFP, we presented 4 scenarios out of dozens that we evaluated. And the structure that we're proposing is what we call hybrid modified. And the reason we're proposing that is because it meets the goals and optimizes for the market. It meets the goals, as you can see on the bottom right-hand quadrant of that slide, the gray bars, that is the current debt, that pension liability that the city has. That blue line, that's the proposed structure. We maximize savings on the front end, as you can see, because we have that level debt service. And then on the back end, that descending debt service structure takes advantage of long-term interest rates. And so again, we're meeting your goals while optimizing based on the current market. We go to the next slide, please. So the next question that we had was regarding our approach to sale of the financing. And so we want to begin by really talking about how we approach selling taxable bonds and pension obligation bonds in specific. So our firm has one profit center, and what that means is that our banking, underwriting, sales, and trading all come under one roof. And the benefit of that, unlike larger institutions, is that you have the totality of our resources focused on Pico Rivera. And why is that important? Well, so our lead underwriter there at the very top, Patty McGrory, she is the underwriter that underwrote the city's last transaction. The benefit of that is that she knows who are all the investors that have purchased and that like Pico Rivera bonds. And so having that institutional knowledge together with deploying all of the firm's resources where we have no competing interests whatsoever, that again is the basis of how we're going to approach selling your transaction. If we go to the next slide, please. So what we do here is now we focus on the approach to sale specifically for the investors. So what we have, just given the number of transactions and our history developing the pension market in California, is that we have this dynamic pension investor database. And what that means is that we keep track of every single investor that has bought a POB, but not only that, the investors that have bought pension bonds in the secondary market. So what you see there on the top part of that slide, that is a snapshot of how we look at our model. So we break down the investors by tier based on the amount of pension obligations bonds that they bought. Obviously, a higher tier means that they've bought more. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to marry that with the institutional knowledge that we have based on your last transaction. So on your last transaction, two of the biggest investors that bought your bonds were called Franklin and Old Orchard. So what we're going to do is we focus on marrying that with our dynamic POB database, and then we can identify who are the likely investors that will be the anchors for the transaction. We identified those two. So in addition to that, we'll supplement it with our POB investor database. And then thirdly, what we're going to do is we're going to expand the investor base by focusing on non-traditional buyers. However, we're not going to fly into this blind because we have the information based on your last transaction. So what we show there on the bottom right-hand corner is that we show the investors that have bought your bonds in the past but have not purchased pension obligation bonds. So the benefit of those investors is the fact that they obviously like Pico Rivera debt, right? Because they bought it, they understand the credit. And so what now the effort is to then get them to purchase POBs, which we've done in the past. We've developed this market. And so again, we're marrying the institutional knowledge with the dynamic POB database to give you really something that no other competitor can bring to the table. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about marketing. Now, the finances of the city are very strong. We developed a very comprehensive database and model to be able to effectively evaluate the credit. The reason why the credit is smart, you have exceptional leadership and have very conservative budgeting. So again, good financial flexibility. The problem, as my colleague was mentioning earlier, is the fact that 30% of the weight comes from demographic factors, i.e. wealth levels. So what Wall Street's going to do, and all these investors are going to do, is they're going to try to extract the credit premium because they're going to say, even though you have these robust budgets and a lot of flexibility, and yeah, sure, you might have the same rated as Redondo Beach, but your wealth levels are lower. And so what we're going to do, and this is where the history comes into play, is that we are going to deploy all this knowledge that we have about the community, about the environment, about this city, in order to push back on Wall Street to make sure that we can compress down that, i.e. credit premium that they're going to charge. So a couple of things that we want to focus on. Instead of focusing on a little board, right, that the rating agencies are going to fill out, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on reframing your credit story. How are we going to do that? Number one, instead of looking at below wealth levels, what I argue is that the city of Pico Rivera is an affordable community within the LA and Orange County economies, instead of saying that there's below wealth levels. Number two, we're going to focus on the post-COVID story of Pico Rivera. And what that means is two things. Number one, we're going to focus on strong management, liquidity, the budgetary performance that your leadership team has achieved. But number two, we're going to focus on the diverse business sector of the city. And what does that mean? Well, what that means is that you have attracted these big box retailers like Burlington Coat Factory, just opened a shop here, Target. Those businesses were able to sustain the city's strong sales tax through COVID. But what we're going to do is we're going to then focus on the other business sectors, which include professional services, kind of like the Providence College and royalty employment. And then we're going to also focus on small businesses that are growing these communities. For example, Tierra Mia Cafe. I just sat there today for about 4 hours, and I probably saw 100 cars buying coffee, adding to the city sales tax. And so we believe that it's that story that's going to really drive really the sale of the bonds and be able to push back on Wall Street's bias towards higher income cities. Next slide, please.
Okay, the sixth question you asked us about was the timing of the sale. And nobody knows where interest rates are going. I think before the Russian invasion, people thought interest rates are definitely going to go up. The Fed had already said we're going to increase rates 3 times. The market thought they were going to increase 4 or 5 times. With the Russian invasion, now we have a lot of uncertainty because the Fed was trying to raise rates to stop inflation. With the Russian invasion, inflation may stop on its own because investors become concerned. Gas prices are going up, not sure how that's going to affect the economy. Is my job safe? I better not take that trip. That stops inflation. So are rates really going to stay as high as they've gone up here in the last couple of months? We don't know. Our prediction, our feel, our gut is that they're going to come down here over the next couple of months. The market tends to always overreact when something happens, and then they stabilize after they feel like the Federal Reserve is in charge, they know what's going on, people are adjusting to this new world order, to this invasion, et cetera. So we don't really know where rates are. What we can promise you, though, is that we will be ready to go as soon as the city wants. Our recommendation is always set a target. If we can meet the target, let's go. If not, let's talk about whether we should wait or not. Last question you asked was, next slide was I got it here, was what differentiates Ramirez and Company. Michael talked about the previous deal and how we're going to use our knowledge from being your banker on your last deal in 2018. Let me just reemphasize. That deal was another deal where we did a financing for you to pave streets, fix potholes. Number one complaint among constituents, probably. How do we do that? We brought the idea to you. You didn't ask us, hey, show us some ideas. We came to you. We had the initiative. We viewed you as an important client, and we presented the idea to you, and you hired us at the time. The last thing I will just wrap up, I mean, you read we've covered most of these bullets. Michael went to Berkeley. I went to UCLA Business School. Up until a year ago, I used to run the Stiefel California Public Finance Group. I used to manage all 60 people there. I left because I feel invigorated working for a company like Ramirez, where we focus on communities that are important to us. I wish I had some water.
Help yourself.
No, I'm waiting. Ready for questions?
Thank you.
Okay, you have roughly 6 minutes for questions.
Okay. Questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have the same series of 3 questions, and the first 2 were already answered. So then I would just leave it to my last question, and in good faith, the transparency. Thank you very much for the presentation, very thorough and concise. I really did appreciate that. And again, I just wanted to make sure if you can answer for me, if you have any ties to the council members here on the dais, or have you made any contributions to current council members or past council members of the city of Pico Rivera?
No, we have not, and that would be a violation of SEC rules.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Camacho.
Yeah. Good to see you, Raul, Michael. It's been a while. Great presentation. Just a question on the identify the marketing strategy. Michael, you did a great job in presenting that. But I can pull up all that data. HDL can give me all this data. What's the difference? That's the history you're telling about the connection to the city, but I can pull this data. The retailers pull the data all day long. So anyone has access to what you just said.
Let me just say one thing. Let me just give you an analogy. I think the analogy we're trying to make with our whole presentation is that hiring somebody like us that works with communities like Pico Rivera is like hiring a real estate agent in Pico Rivera to sell a house in Pico Rivera. You wouldn't hire somebody from Arcadia to sell your bonds, your house in Pico Rivera. It could be really good, but what do they know about working with communities like this? In our industry, the practice is go get a rating, they put out a rating report, send it to investors and say, what rate does it take to buy the bonds? That's not what we do. We say, here's where the rating agencies got it wrong. Let us tell you about Pico Rivera. You should want to invest in Pico Rivera. Perhaps their balance sheet, liquidity, reserves, track record on budgeting performance is better than these cities that you think are higher rated because S&P said they were. So doing that extra work is the extra work that very few people do.
Next question is refinancing, basically what we're doing with these bonds. Is there any taxes or fees that will be encumbered by the residents?
No. No.
No.
No.
Okay, good. Lastly, I was here when you guys came in, and you were not the staff's recommendation, but I'm glad you guys were at the time. Thank you for coming.
Councilmember Elias.
Marketing is key. Is key to your business. Why would anybody want to buy our bonds?
So there's various reasons. I mean, number one, like Raul just mentioned right now, diversification, adding a new name to their portfolio. But in my opinion, I think the more important thing is that there's a lot of value. I don't look at a credit as its history. I look at credit as its potential. And I think cities like Pico Rivera, there's so much hidden value behind our potential that a lot of times gets lost within just looking at a rating report that is like comprised by someone that's just filling in a box. And so that's where I think the true value is of cities like Pico Rivera, the future, the potential.
Do some of your investors, practice investing into minority communities?
Yes, absolutely. So there is a trend within the entire financial markets called ESG investing. And with ESG investing, focus really on environmental sustainability and governance. And those investors will many times look at communities of color like Pico Rivera because it meets specific investment guidelines.
Let me just add one quick thing. I sit on the State Treasurer's Green Bond Development Committee. We're trying to educate investors about ESG and why things like this is important. It is definitely taking off. It's booming. But I'm only one of 3 bankers. So there's a banker from UBS, Goldman Sachs, and Ramirez and Company on the committee.
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. And I would also like to add 3 more minutes since the other underwriter, we went over 3 minutes. If
Oh, no,
that's okay.
I'm tracking it to
Oh,
that.
2
Yeah,
more minutes.
so
Okay,
yeah,
so
I
it's equal,
reset it,
equal
yes.
time. Perfect.
Equal
I would like to ask a question. How will the issuing of these pension obligation bonds impact our debt? At any time, will it ever go up over the time of these?
Yeah, so there is no impact to the debt really because we're refinancing an existing liability. As far as the debt service structure, we have a proposed structure. Obviously, we can work with your staff, we can work with you all and your financial advisor to make sure that we're optimizing to meet your long-term goals. Again, this is something that we viewed based on our understanding of what we believe the city's goals are and what the market environment is. But all of that, the final structure will be really determined through the process of the engagement.
Yeah, and I would just add, whether you do pension bonds or not, when CalPERS underperforms, notice I didn't say if, but when they do, you'll have a new liability, whether you do this deal or not. So, unfortunately.
Thank you. Is that,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening.
Evening.
Tom, you'll have roughly 15 minutes for your presentation, and then the last 5 minutes are going to be dedicated for the council to ask you any follow-up questions that they might have.
Great, that sounds great. Can I remove the mask?
Yes.
I know I'm surrounded by plexiglass. Thank you. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Jacob. I am the proposed lead banker for the city's POBs representing Stiefel, should we have the pleasure of serving the city as underwriter on this transaction. I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to present this evening. Before I jump into the presentation, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background about the firm in case you're not too familiar with Stiefel. We have a long history in California dating back to 1931, so a little over 80 years ago. Public finance working with municipalities such as the city, underwriting municipal bonds, that really is our bread and butter. In fact, we consistently underwrite more municipal bonds in California than any other firm. And that's not true overall, but of taxable bonds, of bonds under 50 million in par amount, and also, most importantly, of pension financings as well. So I don't know if I have control of the presentation.
You can just ask him to. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So as I mentioned, if the city selects Stiefel, I will be serving as the lead banker and contact to the city and to staff. Now, as you all know, in order to be successful, you have to be surrounded by a great team, and that's what we're bringing to the table. Collectively, we have more pension financing experience than any other firm, and that does include the lowest yielding pension obligation bonds issued to date. Our team of underwriters, those folks in the gray boxes at the bottom there, ones who will work directly with investors and who are responsible for setting interest rates on the city's bonds, are all located in California. You're not going to be dealing with somebody back on the East Coast, back in New York, like you would with most other firms. These are folks that live nearby, know and understand the city's credit. Next slide, please. I touched a little bit about our pension experience, but just to put some numbers in front of council. Over the past 4 years, since 2017, Stifel has underwritten 16 transactions totaling $2.2 billion, more than any other firm by both number of deals and by par amount. In other words, more issuers trust Stifel to underwrite their pension financings than any other firm. I should note that we've also been engaged on several transactions that are scheduled to price this year as well. Next slide, please. Now, because it factors into our proposed structure, which I'll go over in a couple of slides, I wanted to start the discussion on the city's POBs with an overview of the credit. As most folks know, there are 3 major rating agencies. You have Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. Of these 3, S&P, Standard & Poor's, provides the highest possible rating on POB credits. Also, S&P reviewed the city's credit, your general fund, back in 2016 on the lease revenue bonds. So they're already very familiar with the city. It's really a no-brainer that we would go back to Standard & Poor's to evaluate this credit. Now, when evaluating the credit, S&P takes a very straightforward and formulaic approach. It makes our job a little bit easier in estimating the rating outcome. They weigh 5 major categories, with local economy being the highest. They give it 30% weighting. You can see the ratings or the weights for the other categories there too. The great news, something that council and staff should be very proud of, there have been so many wonderful improvements at the city over the past couple of years. Just to highlight a few that we would stress to S&P, median household income has grown more than 20%, home values more than 45%. Certainly, as you know, the city has an ongoing or has had an ongoing general fund surplus over the last couple of years, the last 3 years, most recently punctuated by a $7 million surplus in fiscal year 21. I know this is not news to you. You know this. Council also strengthened your general fund emergency reserve policy, increasing it from 25 to 50% in fiscal year 20. These are all great credit statistics and something that needs to be conveyed to S&P during the rating process. So based on all these factors, we do estimate that S&P would provide a AA category rating to the city's pension obligation bonds. Next slide, please. Now, before I discuss the proposed structure, I wanted to touch on the importance of market timing. And given all the presentations and the discussions you've had over the last year and a half, I know this is a bit of a review for you. While interest rates are important, investment returns, especially in the first couple of years, are going to dictate the overall success of the pension obligation bond. We have a lot going on in the world, as I'm sure you all know. We have the crisis in Ukraine. We have inflationary concerns. These impact the equity markets quite a bit. They also impact interest rates quite a bit, but equity markets as well. It's a very important topic. So to highlight this, we provide 2 examples, as you can see here. On one hand, this is a bit of an extreme, but just to show you the importance of market returns. City of Stockton unfortunately entered the market back in 2007, right before the Great Recession. Those 2 first years unfortunately put them in the hole from which they're still trying to come out of. On the other hand, the City of Oakland issued POBs in 2012. Perfect timing. They were on the upswing in the market right before a couple of positive returns in fiscal years 12 and 13, provided cushion to absorb any future losses from CalPERS or any additional bases that would have been added. So what do I mean when I say that? I'm not suggesting that a recession is on the horizon, but the best way to mitigate any potential market risk is to take a piecemeal approach to paying down your pension liabilities. And so what do I mean when I say that? I mean that paying down a portion of your liabilities with POB proceeds today, not all of it, but paying down a portion of it today and then addressing the balance on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. So as we all know, CalPERS had a banner year last year, returned 21.3%, so much so that it caused them to lower their discount rate from 7% to 6.8%. Overall, the city received pretty significant credit to its pension liability profile. We've estimated that in the chart on the left-hand side. You can see the blue line is the city's annual pension liabilities as of fiscal year 20. The light orange bars represent the net credit that you are expected to receive as of fiscal year 21, and the dark orange bars represent your estimated payments going forward. So it took a big chunk out of that. But given all these developments, we've put together 3 objectives that we recommend the city achieve with this financing. Number 1, we talked about mitigating market timing risks. The city is estimated to have a $34 million liability as of fiscal year 21. We recommend refinancing about 2/3 of that liability, so not to address the entire liability. This would result in a funded ratio of about 90%. Again, a funded ratio is the market value of your CalPERS investments relative to your total accrued liabilities. A funded ratio of 90%, I like to call it the sweet spot. It's not so high that overfunding is a possibility, or it's likely probably not going to happen, and the fact that it's not so low that achieving 100% through future returns or ongoing deposits is not unfathomable or not unattainable. Number 2, we want to smooth out those payments, particularly in the first 10 years. As you can see again on the chart on the left-hand side, higher payments over the first 10 years that slowly decline over time puts a little bit of strain on the general fund over the first 10 years. With this financing, and you can see on the right-hand side is what the structure would look like after the POBs, would create a level aggregate pension liability debt profile. Would provide the city with budgetary flexibility in the near term and provide a level runway or a ramp in which to accommodate any future liabilities or any additional loans that would be added on top of that.
Tom, you have 1 minute left in your presentation.
I am going to, next slide please. Next slide please. I just want to wrap up by saying why I believe Stifel is the most qualified firm. Number 1, our experience. We're number 1 overall, number 1 in California, taxable bonds, pension bonds, and we also have some experience with the city underwriting your bonds in 2016. Number 2, our track record. We're the most active underwriter in California. We're in the market multiple times a week, so we're used to every kind of environment in which to underwrite bonds. Number 3, we are California focused. Our 3 underwriters are located in California. They're not back on the East Coast. They're already familiar with the city's credit. They know and understand the community. I want to finish by asking Council one question. You've hired the most experienced pension municipal advisor. You've hired counsel with a lot of experience as well. And it makes sense to hire the underwriter that is the most experienced. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilmember Camacho.
At the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the company is the lowest yielding obligation bonds issued. Did I understand correctly?
Yes. So for the city of Chula Vista, we recorded the lowest yielding POB rate, long-term POB ever.
What was the strategy back with that?
Well, our underwriters, who I mentioned, who I'm a bit biased, but I believe they're the best in the business. At that time, they had a lot of experience underwriting pension obligation bonds. They knew all of the active investors. They'd been in the market with several large taxable financings around that time as well. They knew the appropriate pricing levels. They knew which investors to contact. And, it's a bit of a dance with investors. You don't want to go so low that investors balk and you have to come back and give up some yield to meet their demands. You want to find that sweet spot. And that's what our underwriters did. They read the market. They called it perfectly. They knew the investors that wanted it, and hence the results.
And you feel you have the team today to do that for Pico Rivera?
I do.
Last question. Going and refinancing these bonds, is there any taxes or fees that our residents will currently encumber?
Could you repeat that one more
Would there
time,
be any
Councilmember?
additional taxes or fees that the residents of Pico Rivera will receive based on what we take action on refinancing these bonds?
no additional taxes on top of that. There are no additional taxes that would result from this.
Thank you.
This refinancing.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciated the thoroughness. If you can run back the strategy of not refinancing the entire amount and reviewing what is the amount that you're going to refinance.
Yes, of course. Do you mind if I turn back the presentation to slide number, I believe it's 5? One more, please. So our strategy here, it's a very volatile market right now. As I mentioned, CalPERS had a banner year last year, 21.3%. If you solely look at the equity markets as of last fiscal year, they're down. They are down anywhere from 3 to 5% if you look at the Dow Jones or the S&P 500. I am simply saying that you do not want to issue pension obligation bonds, put all of your eggs in one basket, hand over your proceeds to CalPERS, and should the market have another down year, you're exposed for all of those proceeds. I think the best way possible is to spread that risk over time. So I think it's a great idea to issue POBs today to not only capture historic low interest rates, even though there have been some volatility in the market, interest rates still are very attractive from a historical standpoint. But also you want to be able to address those deposits with CalPERS on an ongoing basis. It's diversifying your risk across many years. Again, our goal would be to achieve a 90% funded ratio, not the 100% ratio. So we are targeting roughly 2/3 of the outstanding fiscal year 22 liability, which amounts, based on my estimation, anywhere from $23 to $25 million.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I have a question, if I may.
Please.
You listed in your proposal your pension financing experience with 22 different cities in California. And my question is, in your experience, did any of these cities or have any of them had to put a ballot measure prior to issuing these pension obligation bonds?
I am aware of just a few that went that route. In my experience, just a couple have went through that, went and put a ballot measure on.
Is it a requirement or part of law, or is it up to our discretion?
It is to my understanding, to the best of my understanding, it's up to council's discretion on whether or not to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll ask the question my colleague was asking everyone. I think he forgot. If you don't mind.
Please.
Just for transparency's sake, do you have any financial ties? Have you donated money to any of the city council members here in present or in the past?
No, I have not, council member.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Question? Do we have time?
I think we're at the 5-minute mark now.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
very
time.
much.
Right on time.
Yeah. So that concludes the interview portion of the study session. Next, you have rating sheets in front of you that hopefully you had an opportunity to look at and to fill out. We're not going to score them or, aggregate any of those. We're asking you to look at those and for you to make a recommendation or a motion for one of the three underwriters so that staff could move forward with the pension obligation bonds.
Shall we do this now, or do we fill it out, and how do you?
We're not going to look at the ratings.
It's just
that
for our
you
own
provide.
use.
Yes, it's just for you guys to jot down notes as you were listening to the presentations. City Manager, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, our financial advisor is here in the audience as well. So.
Madam Mayor, if I may ask a question of the financial advisor, did the three firms provide a cost sheet of what the costs would be involved, upfront costs? Can we get a copy of that?
It was included in all of the proposals, yes, that was included in the council packet, yes,
Okay.
but we'll.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? So what do you recommend? Do we begin our discussion? Do we?
You could begin your discussion on who you felt individually. If you have a recommendation, you could put it on the floor, or you can discuss it further.
From comments or questions from the council? We would wish to go first. I think that each of the proposals seem well prepared. They seem all highly qualified. I think for me, just seeing the amount of experience by Stifel and knowing that we had selected them in prior years I give that a little more preference in terms of experience. I do not know how that experience was, if there was anything negative. I don't know if I could ask that question. I assume not, given it wouldn't be offered to us in a proposal here.
Yes, I'll defer. Our financial advisor, I think, has dealt with all the proposers, so they may be better equipped to answer that question.
My apologies. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brandon Kafori. I'm with Urban Futures. As city manager indicated, we have worked with all three firms who interviewed this evening. The city was very, very fortunate to receive, I think, three very high-quality proposals. And we have worked with Stifel, Piper, and Ramirez, and can answer any specific questions, but personally, I can attest to the experience that was described on the Stifel proposal, as well as the others.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Lara.
Thank you. The representative from Piper made the statement that they're ranked at number 3 in the state of California in terms of who's number 1 and number 2. You'll have to give me a moment. I think they quoted a taxable bond ranking. I'm not sure if I have that in front of me, to be honest. But, I think you saw, what I'll say about rankings is they provided a ranking that they're third as the taxable bond underwriter. All three of the firms are among the top underwriters in the state. I'd be happy to circle back with you on the specific Piper statistic and give you that, but I don't have that handy.
That's fine.
And I respect the fact that you don't know, which is fine. Yeah, which is completely fine.
Councilmember, if I may, Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Camacho.
That question, as far as Stifel said I think it was the last graph, it says experience, number 1 in California, number 1 taxable, and number 1 POBs, and city experience is what they have here. If I may.
Yes.
That would be correct. And my colleague, Michael Bush, is on the phone as well, and he can comment. But Stifel is, as they quoted, we're not in the business of disputing the rankings that they have provided. We and can attest to their volume and frequency in the market. I would invite Michael. I don't know if you're still on the line and would have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I'm here, Brandon. Hopefully the council can hear me. I can address the question on the rankings as well. I could do that first. So Bank of America is ranked number 1 in the state of California for taxable transactions, and the firm of RBC is ranked at number 2 in California. And as it relates to our work with Stifel Nicholas, specifically in this space, we are aware that they have done more POB transactions than any of the three that you interviewed tonight. In fact, I think they are probably neck and neck with Bank of America in terms of total transactions and par amount. And I would say a very close second to them would be Ramirez.
Councilmember Camacho, did you have another comment?
Just statements. I mean, at the end of the day, going through this process, familiar with the pension obligation bonds, I know the difference between a general obligation bond and a pension obligation bond. I know it's not a taxable for the residents. I keep asking the question because I just want clarity. It's not a fee for the residents. We're saving $11 million in the course of 20 years. From what the numbers are, $675,000 per year, which savings is a revenue for a city that we can repurpose. I think any one of these companies can do a good job for us. It's the question about who's better fit for us, and we'll work with the proper individuals in the market to run that, absent of us, absent of independent of us, and so forth. And it's trying to find the right fit. And I think, I'm focused on one particular that, based on with the presentations and and the proposals that I read. But again, anyone can do it. But I think we need to find a company that's completely independent from us altogether.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Brandon, based on the presentations, which of the three companies do you feel, from your experience, is better suited to that volatility that's currently occurring internationally and how it affects the markets?
So I think I'll start off and invite my colleague to comment as well. Our position is we, again, have worked with all three firms and feel very comfortable with any of the firms. I think our direction per the last meeting was to present the firms who had responded to the RFP for the oral interview and sort of let council make that direction. We can provide additional information should you desire, but I think, as you saw in the presentations, they're all very qualified. So if you'd like us to walk through specifically our analysis, we'd be happy to do that. We reviewed the written proposals, but we were with you this evening on the presentation side of things. So not to deflect a non-answer, but I think our position is that we're very confident in the three firms' abilities. So it's sort of, I think any one of them can do a good job.
From the beginning, I'm not a supporter of POBs. Particularly in the situation that we're in right now, our financial situation has improved dramatically from where we were at when we were first discussing this. One of the underwriters was talking about the fact that he didn't see the need to be able to finance the entire amount. That kind of confirms my thinking that we have the ability to be able to service that debt. I do not, I do not support the practice of using bonds to pay down debts. Bonds are to build and not to, not to reconcile debt. So I am, I'm going to be not supportive of any of them.
May I comment?
Yes.
So I think, and as you saw in the proposal in the Stiefel presentation, it is one consideration to not refund 100% of the liability. However, as you saw across the board and in our analysis, interest rates still remain near historic lows, and so there's still an opportunity to reduce the burden on the city by doing the refinancing. And in our work with the city, and when we return back, should council decide to move forward, when we return back with the preliminary official statement, we'll also have some analysis that runs parallel to some of the scenarios you saw tonight. We're really going to take a careful look at this with you, and as your fiduciary, be very careful in our thought and recommendation with doing whether it's 100% or some lesser portion.
If I may, Brandon, that is the next phase of this approach will be to bring back a pension policy, which includes just like the pay down structure in totality, right? So that includes the future unfunded liabilities that we would have absent these POBs, if there was any fluctuation in the future unfunded liability layer, how we would backfill that with existing funds, with set-aside funds, or with savings from issuing the pension obligation bonds. So at this point, we've not discussed 100%, refinancing 100%. That will be something that will be addressed as we're building the pension policy, and it will be a joint effort between the MFA, staff, and the underwriters to come up with a collective recommendation for council.
Thank you.
And would add that, the rates, as you mentioned, are a good reason to look at us moving forward in that. These unfunded liabilities that we have, it's because they have skyrocketed, it's for municipalities, it's created an opportunity to lower that. For us to pay down that debt with monies today, we have other services to provide and other work to do. So I wouldn't be in favor necessarily of reallocating that. Now, in good times, we have set aside funds before, but it just wasn't enough. We can't catch up, and I think this is a good opportunity for us to take advantage of the rates today and make sure that, we provide the savings to our community.
Okay, do we have any recommendation from the council?
No one's making one. I'll make a motion that we, I think one company for me stood out the most. I think, again, they're all great, but I'll make a motion to recommend Stifel.
Is there a second? None?
I'll second Stifel.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Elias?
No.
Councilmember Camacho?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Letts?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you. Next, we have our regular council meeting. I was informed that our IT needs some time, about 30 minutes, to prepare for the public comment. No?
No, I think if we have 5 minutes until 6, so we can start.
Would you like to go straight into does he need more time for the public comment?
Mayor, I did mention the one closed session item. I don't know if you want to do it at this time while the staff sets up items, so it's up to the pleasure of the council.
It'd be about 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay.
No, for them to set up.
How long do you anticipate the closed session item will be?
We actually have two. We could probably get both of them accomplished in
10 minutes?
I imagine 10 minutes.
Okay, I would like to, if we could do our closed session item while they set up for public comment, if within 15 minutes or so, and then we'll come back for the regular meeting.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, then at this time, we'd ask that you add the one item to closed session under public employee discipline pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We would need a motion to that effect and a second and a vote in favor to add it to the agenda.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Make a motion.
A second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
That would
opposed?
be added, and Madam Mayor, we can probably do the other item that's listed on closed session, because that
Yes.
won't take too long either, so.
Yes.
Just an update on something. So at this time, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we'd ask that the council recess into closed session for item A, which is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and the add-on item, which is item B, public employee discipline.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, would you like to lead us?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. At this time, the report from closed session is that we added one item. I'll address that momentarily, but the item that's listed on the agenda, which is anticipated litigation under conference with legal counsel. The record should reflect that all 5 members of the City Council were in closed session to discuss that item. That direction was provided, but no final action was taken. Also on item B, which was the add-on item, which is public employee discipline, that item was presented to the City Council with all 5 members being present, but there was no action taken that is required to be reported at this time. That concludes my report from closed session. It's appropriate to continue with the open portion of the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, we'll get started. I'd like to call the regular City Council meeting to order at 6:39 p.m. With that, we'll start with the invocation. Ms. Rachel Duran, can you please join us and lead us in the prayer?
Thank you.
Please stand.
Heavenly Father, may your wisdom prevail today in our meeting. Help each of us be quick to listen and slow to speak. With your help, we propose to respect and regard every individual's opinion as valuable and worthy of consideration. We believe we will accomplish what we set out to do. Thank you that we have all the information we need to make the decisions concerning our great city. Amen.
Amen.
And let us not forget what the dollar bill says, in God we trust. Thank you.
The flag salute. If we could have, please, the commander of our American Legion, Marty Moronian.
You want the flag salute or you want the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance, sorry.
Okay. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and for the nation republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So this evening, I believe we have a special presentation that will be led by our Captain Hutak.
Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity that you're offering me tonight to recognize one of our deputy sheriffs. So just a little quick background. Pico Rivera Station is one of 6 patrol stations within the South Patrol Division with the Sheriff's Department. We're also, along with Cerritos, Carson, Lakewood, Lomita, Norwalk, and of course Pico Rivera. In that is about 800 to 850 deputy sheriffs. So every 6 months, our chief over our division selects one individual from all of those 6 stations for the recipient of the Chief's Award, which highlights, the good work that they do and the hard work that they do. So this period of time that from January to June, the recipient is Deputy Sean Lake from Pico Rivera Station. So a little bit about Deputy Lake. He's been with the Sheriff's Department for 14 years. He's been assigned to Pico Rivera Station for 7 years. He's worked on a number of our special assignment teams, and for the last 2 years, he's been a field training officer. And so he's done a lot of great things. He's actually received several awards outside of the Sheriff's Department through the California Highway Patrol. They recognize certain levels of proactivity for recovery of stolen vehicles. So if you live in the city of Pico Rivera and your vehicle has been stolen, Deputy Lake probably has recovered it with arrests made in those instances. And so in order to achieve a level award, there has to be 7 arrests. And so far, he is approaching number 12. And so we are very, very proud of him. He is a family man. He's a coach. He's an athlete. He's a great partner. He is affectionately known by his partners as Lagos. So we are very proud of Deputy Lake, and I'm so proud to be able to introduce him to you and for such a great award. So I wanted to show you the award. This is it.
Nice.
So if Sean wants to come up, I will introduce him. And this will be hanging on the wall at Pico Rivera Station for the next 6 months. And we are very, very proud of him.
Congratulations. Okay. Just them first, or all of us? Oh.
For the gram.
For Instagram.
Trying to run out too quick.
Do you want to do a picture with just the council?
No, I mean, you and him,
Just
maybe
you
you
and
and
him.
him.
Just you and him.
Just you and him, yeah.
Can I have you guys see? Yeah.
I would also like to take the privilege to add, I just learned that our Captain Hutak won an award recently for Woman of the Year by our senator. So we don't have that actual certificate yet, but congratulations to our captain as well. So congratulations. We have an outstanding sheriff station, and we know it, and I'm always bragging about you. So thank you, and we're an award-winning station. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Good.
With that, let's move on to we have a public hearing. And that is item number 1.
Mayor, if I could just,
Yes.
there's some changes to the agenda.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, so item number 16, we'd like to pull that till the next council meeting. There's some additions that we need to make that weren't incorporated, so we'd like some additional time to put those in.
Okay. Any other changes?
No, that's all.
Okay. So with that, we'll go into our public hearing for item number 1 regarding our CDBG fiscal year annual action plan. I think Director Garcia is going to lead us in that one.
So the item before the city council tonight for consideration is to do an amendment to our CDBG block grant action plan, and this would allow another issuance of small business grant program grants in the award amount of $10,000 per item. We would love to be able to provide this to our businesses. We already have been talking to those who are on interest lists who have reached out to us to see if there are any additional funds coming forward. And we have a consultant lined up, ready to assist us, Avant-Garde. They actually assisted with the administration in the grants that were administered last year. So we'd love to receive the city council's consideration and approval and continue with our outreach and open it up to not just those who are on the interest list who we've already been speaking with, but to others who may have interest in applying as well.
Thank you. I inadvertently skipped, but I needed to ask the city clerk, were there any public comments regarding this item for public hearing?
We didn't receive any written communications. I'm not sure if there's anyone who wants to speak under the public comments. It's hard to tell whether we have a public hearing
Okay.
comment on that.
If there, can we say if there is any person on Zoom that would like to speak regarding this item number 1? This is the Community Development Block Grant Funds. If you can identify yourself and raise your hand or place something in the chat box to let our staff know that you would like to speak only on this item number 1 regarding the Community Development Block Grant budget. Wait a few minutes to let them check the Zoom.
None at this time, Mayor.
Okay, none at this time. Okay, we can move forward.
Madam Mayor, it'd be appropriate to close the public hearing,
We'll close the public hearing.
and it comes up to the council level for action.
Are there any comments from the council, questions? None?
We need a motion, Madam Mayor, for approve the recommendation?
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Say aye. Any opposition? None? Motion's unanimous. Second item, we are going to go into public comment. So this is public comment for any item on the agenda. I believe we have some individuals here. First, I would like to mention we did receive one email correspondence regarding some theft, and I will provide that to Captain, if that's okay, and if we can have our city manager follow up with our captain. There was a resident that mentioned there was a theft at a location on Paramount. So we'll share that with Captain too, which I'm pretty sure you're already aware of it, but to follow up and follow up with the resident that sent that comment. With that, can we go with the individuals that are here in person?
Sure. Yes, we'll get the first speaker up. Public comment.
Yes, if you can come up to the podium, go ahead. And this is Ms. Rachel Duran.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Rachel Duran. I have been a resident of Pico Rivera for over 45 years, a member of the American Legion Post 341, and the surviving spouse of Andrew Duran, a World War II veteran, who was also 5 times commander at the Veterans of Foreign War VFW Post 7734. Thank you for allowing me to address the council regarding the need of the Veterans Resource Center. We have been in discussions and meetings for the past few months and hoping the center will soon be a reality. I have to share with you and the community the perspective of a surviving spouse of a veteran and how the center can help other spouses of veterans who desperately need to be advocates for their husbands who may be entitled to benefits, or their wives. My husband, Andrew Duran, who was known as Andy to many of you, was a World War II veteran who served in the Philippines and in Guam, which may have been where he may have been exposed to mustard gas, which is a common case of cancer during that era. Andy contracted cancer early in his life, which required surgery, and survived cancer for 30 years. But it returned vigorously, and he was given a year to live in 2018. Andy passed in October 21st, 2019. When I married Andy in 2004, I soon realized that Andy had never registered with the Veterans Administration for any services or benefits because I believe he wasn't aware of the process, which can be very cumbersome. I decided that I would be his advocate to find out how I could get him registered to provide the much-needed assistance to help defray the thousands of dollars in co-payments we paid for chemo medications. And the last 2 years of his life, that's what he was exposed to. Many medications that cost a lot of money. The last year, he was bedridden and home health care was desperately needed. After visiting the VA myself, I was able to acquire 4 hours a day to run errands and continue a weekly class at the senior center that provided me the opportunity to recharge myself and my ability to care for him at home. The Veterans Resource Center can, with the help of a VSO and volunteers, can help screen the needs of spouses that are taking care of their husbands or wives. And as you know, Pico Rivera has many veterans in this community, and the need for those older veterans to get that kind of service is desperately needed. Many of the women that I've talked to that are in my age group are having that kind of problem, not knowing where to go, how to start. As you know, the VA had closed their offices during COVID, so everybody is on their own.
Thank you, Rachel. That's your time.
Thank you. I just want to say,
last comment, everybody gets 3 minutes for public comment, okay?
Just my close.
Can she finish?
Yes.
I have shared this with you, and I'm hoping that even though you may not be veterans, you can show your community and those you serve that you care desperately about their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker we have in person. Yes.
Hello, Mayor and Councilman. Thank you for the invite to come and introduce myself. My name's Laura McGahey. I'm the president of the Women's Auxiliary of the American Legion Post 341. And I want to thank you also for putting out this information on the profile regarding our post. We've already gotten several phone calls just putting our number here from I want to say 2 surviving spouses that were looking for some assistance, looking for a VSO, looking for benefits, and I basically, we really, really need to push forward and start working on getting something done in our city to move forward with our center, if we're going to do that. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Martin Moronis. I'm a resident of Pico Rivera. I've been a resident for 70 years. I'm a past commander of VFW 6315 VFW and currently the commander of the American Legion. But I'm not here as a commander. I'm here as a veteran. And I have to stress to you that Pico Rivera should take it to build a service center for our veterans. They need a lifeline. There's 3 to 4 veterans dying an hour from suicide. They don't have nobody to reach out to, nobody to call. We could provide that service. We could provide that for the families to help. The United States, the government, and the veterans, they're now expanding benefits to Vietnam vets where they're going to have more benefits. And we're aging. I'm no longer at Jack Benny, 39 years old, okay? I'm 75. I'm going to be 75. So there's other veterans in my case that we're reaching that age and we're finding out what benefits we can get, but we have to go all the way to Long Beach. We have to go to West LA. Whittier has one, and they have it in their city hall. They own that, their library. They own that library. So they man that 5 days a week, and they turn people away. Can you imagine we had here in Pico Rivera? I work at Los Alamitos, and I see a large military bases. They come for me for ID cards and for their dependents. And I see them come in. They're from Pico Rivera. They're going to need help pretty soon, and they shouldn't have to drive to Long Beach or go to the city of Whittier. Pico Rivera has the senior citizen. You got the dial-a-ride. You got free lunch. You got offices where we could set up and we can man that station 5 days a week to help our veterans because they need it. Right now, the Iraqi veterans, they're looking at opening up the burning. You heard of the burning pits? They're going to offer more benefits for veterans for that. So they're opening up a whole can of worms because there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of veterans, not only men but women who are going to qualify. And not only them that are affected, but you heard Rachel. I've seen countless number of spouses and children, dependents that need help, and they don't know where to go to. I want to thank you for putting in a profile. That helps, but it would help a lot more if they had a place to go to, something to go, somebody can talk to them, not just be on the phone. Who wants to hear a robocall? Somebody that, they want to talk to somebody live and somebody that can send them in the right direction, not saying, oh, call me back tomorrow. No, we want veterans and their dependents to talk to somebody, get some help that same day, not make an appointment for another day, another week. They need the help, and Pico Rivera should be stepping up to help all the veterans and their families and their dependents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. With that, if we have any speakers on Zoom, and I did want to remind speakers, each speaker has 3 minutes to speak on their issue. So, City Clerk, do we have any speakers online?
The first speaker we have is Vanessa Carrillo. Vanessa Carrillo.
To the next. We can go into the next speaker. We'll call her again.
Diego Rubalcaba.
We can't hear the audio.
I think we're just trying to transmit it over to them.
Okay.
I think we're having trouble with the audio and connecting it over to the big screen.
Madam Mayor, it seems like we may be having some difficulty with our technology. My suggestion, and unfortunately in this day and age, we do have those situations occur. My suggestion would be is to move on with the agenda. Maybe at the end of the meeting, we can try one more time. And if we're unable to reach the individuals, then we will just do the best. At least we have their names, and do we know what they were going to talk about? No. I think we really have to take an examination how we're doing all this. So anyway, why don't we move forward with the agenda, Madam Mayor?
Sure. If I can suggest as well, any individual that wishes to speak, type their names in the chat box and which item they wish to discuss. And then at the end of the meeting, we'll see if we can connect and we can have them speak or even call in.
And what we could also do, Madam Mayor, is, do we have a email address that someone can send an email to the city right now?
Yeah.
So what I would suggest, if anyone can hear me that's waiting to speak to the city council, if you could please send an email to, why don't you state the email address?
Public comments, PUBLICCOMMENTS, public comments @pico-rivera.org.
And if you send in an email to that email address, we'll say it again, please state your name and a number that we can call you back on. So this way we can take the affirmative action. And again, the email address is
Public comments
at
@pico-rivera.org.
Public comments at pico-rivera.org.
Yes, we're
Thank you.
sorry. We apologize for that. So let's move on to the item, the agenda items regarding consent calendar, items number 2 through 11.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may. I'd like to have item 8 just talked about a little bit. I think it's important that the community is aware of the monies and the effort that's being put into repaving our roads.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve item number 1 through 7?
I motion to approve items 1 through 7.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Your motion is unanimous. Now, item number 8.
Yes, Mayor, I'll turn to Terry Rodriguez to talk about item number 8.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Just getting to the right item number here. This item before you is the approval of a 2-year citywide pavement rehab program design project. Just to put this into context, as you know, we've designed and put out to bid and awarded a construction contract for year 1 of our pavement rehabilitation project, which includes asphalt overlays and cape seals in the city. That project, which is approximately $10 million, is, as I said, awarded and getting ready to start construction. And that's our first year of our program to improve our pavement based on the city's pavement management system. Year 2 of that project, which would be for next fiscal year, is we haven't decided the size of the project in dollars yet, but we've done the work to identify the list of streets that are next in line for needing pavement rehab or cape seal. When we selected those streets, we did that with 2 things, well, maybe more than 2 things, but 2 primary things. One is which streets need it the most according to our pavement management system, and then we coordinate that with all of our utilities to make sure we're not paving streets that, or to make sure that we're putting in water lines or any other types of underground facilities before we pave these streets. So this item presents to you as an attachment the list of streets that we're proposing to put in year 2, and it authorizes city staff to engage a design consultant to develop the plans and specs. They would do that, and we would come back then we would bid the project, we'd come back for construction award likely in late summer. And that way we would, early in the next fiscal year, be beginning on our next round of pavement construction project. And that we expect to be in the $10 to $12 million range, similar to this year. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Questions?
Well, thank you for that. And also, when I was going through the information, I saw the list, and then I saw the map. So thank you for the map. where you highlight the exact streets and where they are geographically. Appreciate that. Thank you for the hard work. I just wanted that to be highlighted.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Rodriguez, there's been an issue with one of the residents that has addressed our council countless times, his concern about Rosemead. And I noticed that Rosemead here is under the list, under year 2. I believe it's item 85 on the list. Does that cover his concern, and will this ultimately remedy his concern and the rest of the residents on that vibration issue that's just been a sore issue for all the residents on that street?
Yes, the part of Rosemead that you're seeing on year 2 is actually a different portion of Rosemead. There's a construction contract already underway that is working on the part of Rosemead that you're referencing, the trench and the vibration complaint that we've received. On this part of Rosemead that we're doing now, we've done all the concrete work. We are coordinating with Sci-Fi to install fiber optic, and when that is completed, the final piece of our project on Rosemead will be to grind and overlay the entire street, and that includes the section of the trench in which you refer, and will alleviate any of the vibration or trench concerns. We already went in and redid the trench itself, but it's waiting for the Sci-Fi fiber optic cable to go in before we can finish capping the street, which will alleviate those concerns.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Camacho.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lara, for highlighting that, because it is important for the community to recognize such an important item. And we've, this is a few times we've approved these road improvements. And, based on the index that we referred to, we're going to, prioritizing all the worst ones out there. And the only ones that, unfortunately, as you stated, Director, that are not is because we're going to do some below ground work, whether it be sewer or the lines, the fiber optic lines. But nonetheless, in the next few months, we will begin to see a lot of road improvements throughout the city, which is great. This is phase 2 or year 2. So, there'll be disruption in your street, but nonetheless, it'll be some great work coming, millions of dollars invested in our roads, and I think it's important to highlight, so thank you for that.
Councilmember Elias? No? I have a question. It's common for us as a council to get resident requests, about their street, and when is my street going to be fixed? So the average resident, I don't think, is going to read our 500-page report here, our agenda. How can they find out when their street will be repaired?
Because, thank you, Madam Mayor, you're exactly right. That report is not that easy to decipher, and each year we take that report as an important piece of data, but only one piece of data. My suggestion for a resident would be to call the Public Works Department, tell them what street, we'll do some research, and we can at least tell them what year we believe it will be, when it's scheduled. Between now, especially if it's a few years out, between now and then, things can change a little bit because of undergrounding with water lines and things like that. But we can give them an idea of the condition index of their street, and at least preliminarily, when it's on schedule. Of course, if it's a year 1 or 2, assuming this item gets approved tonight, then we would give them exact information on their street.
Great. Yes, Councilmember
Mayor,
Camacho.
if I can follow up on your question. It's a great question for the community to see what's happening in the city. I know we've had a presentation. I actually asked the city manager, Javier, we do have a portal that will be, you're looking at already, that the community can now in real time see current projects, future projects, and I think it's something that we need to get going and bring awareness to our community, because I think that is the biggest tool right there that the community can have, is see every project, the costs, the scope, and when it's coming to your street, which thank you for that question.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be implementing, we just implemented a GIS not too long ago, so a lot of our public works projects will be able to be highlighted on our websites moving forward.
Yes, Councilmember Lara.
Also, just a recommendation, city manager, if social media could maybe advertise this item, just the amount of money and that the city actually has a plan and we recognize that this is an issue, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. We'll be rolling out a pretty aggressive campaign on all the infrastructure projects that we're working on shortly. So we're working on that now.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, we have under our Water Authority, items number 9, 10, and 11.
Madam Mayor, that was part of the consent calendar.
Oh, yes, wonderful. We already passed that. If I may comment, take the privilege, we already voted on it, but I did want to comment this in relation to all of these capital improvement projects. The item number 10 was the completion of the project, which is Director Rodrigue. We want to give you kudos as well. This is very important water infrastructure for us. So thank you very much. Hopefully we will highlight those on our social media as well. So item number 12 in our regular agenda. This is really exciting. We had our guest speakers talk about it. Is the amendment to our code regarding the establishment of the Veterans Commission for the city of Pico Rivera.
Motion to approve.
I second.
Yay, thank you.
I'd like to have a brief discussion about.
Yes, we will. Yes. Okay. Councilmember Lara, would you like to speak? I have an update as well regarding our ad hoc.
Okay, great. Well, do you want to give, because my question is going to be, I just want to get into the details on who can be members of the commission. So I'm not sure if you covered that in your ad hoc. If you did, maybe you want to highlight that, and then I'll withdraw.
Sure. So we met with a group of veterans, Councilmember Elias and I, and it was, I'm proud to say we actually had representatives from each branch of the military, from the Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Army, and we had a representative from the auxiliary, a lady from the Lady Auxiliary. So that was wonderful to have get their expertise. The recommendations, I don't know if we can pull them up, or if Director Garcia, if you would like to share. The recommendations were similar, to follow the pattern similar to our current commission, where it would be an application, and each council member gets to identify one veteran or spouse or auxiliary member. And the auxiliary members are often the wives of veteran members. And I really like that Rachel Duran, she's an auxiliary member and a surviving spouse, as well as Anna Winters, she participated, and she's a member of the VFW auxiliary. To remember that we have women veterans, and we have wives and husbands that may be auxiliary members that are living and experiencing military, or have experienced that military life. So they have a different perspective and advised us in that manner. Those were the general guidelines. Mike, if you want to share more information, and Councilmember Elias was also in the meeting. It was a great, productive meeting.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This will be adding Section 2.55 to the Municipal Code, creating the Veterans Commission. It would be for residents who are veterans, who are members of a Veterans Auxiliary, for spouses and or family members of veterans. Some of the changes that we provided to you in red line are incorporating comments and direction provided at the ad hoc yesterday. So the biggest changes are in section 2.55.70 under powers and duties. The Veterans Ad Hoc provided additional detail on the duties. What will happen is we will also memorialize the stipend for the commissioners in a subsequent resolution. This is the first reading of the ordinance, and there will be a second reading, and then the resolution will be presented. This is the format we have followed in previous commissions, such as Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the Sister City Commission.
Yes, there is an application that's available online that will have to be edited to include a box for the veterans, the new Veterans Commission. And then the process is anyone that qualifies in the city can submit that application to the city clerk's office, and then all of the council will receive those applications, and then we can select commissioners, our own commissioner, based off of those applications. And we'll get one per commissioner, and the individual will, one commissioner per council member, and the individual will receive $75, I believe, is the proposal per meeting to serve on our commission. Any comments or questions?
Madam Mayor, I was looking at the item here, and I wanted to direct this also to Director Garcia. Members of the Veteran Commission shall be residents of the city who are veterans, spouses, or family members. I would want to make the suggestion that the family members be immediate family members, because then we would probably get into problems verifying that they're not family members. I'd much rather have the wording to be immediate family members, i.e. children.
A spouse or a child? A spouse or a child of a veteran? Councilmember Elias, do you have any comments to add as well?
Yes, I do. The research that we did with commissions and so on, and we had the opportunity of visiting with some and looking at some, and I have to say sometimes they were more ceremonial than functional. This one is very functional, and this one is very engaging. They really understand the contributions that can be made with it, even from the financial situation. There's benefits that amount to $3,000 a month. That we have hundreds of veterans that have not been, taking that benefit. So, they understand that this is going to be somewhat of an infusion of capital into the community. But what they also do understand is that as part of the city structure, that they have a responsibility to contribute and volunteer. That's what we were talking about before, is that they're going to have duties. They're going to have duties. And, and again, the most fascinating thing about it is that it's engaging. It's bringing them into the community and following just our plan in terms of development. So I'm very proud of, this commission. This commission is going to be, like Pico Rivera, very strong.
I also wanted to comment, the veterans made a comment. We did have veterans from Desert Storm era, as well as, what is Rudy Casas, his Korean War veteran as well. And their perspective was some of the language in one of our original proposals cited information that it alluded to veterans being a socioeconomically in need community, or a community that are in need exclusively. But we said, wait a minute, we have many successful veterans that are business owners. And so part of the idea is that the veterans commissioners are going to be of service to our city. They're going to help advise us, the mayor, and tell us about the veterans' needs and help other veterans with the issues. So they already gave us their service to the country, to our country, but also now they're going to be giving us, commissioners will be giving us service to our city. And unfortunately, they will get $75, that's it, per meeting. But we're happy to have the input, and we're going to have more workers as commissioners. So that's kind of how we're framing it, is that you are now working part of our city to help advise and help the veterans of the city. Councilmember Camacho, did you have a comment?
No, I think this is great. I think that's finally getting to his point.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I think it's unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. This is a great win for veterans and Pico Rivera, right? So next item on our regular agenda is number 13, resolution recommending future rent control proposals to be placed as a ballot measure.
Yes, I'd like to turn it over to Director Garcia.
Mayor, City Council, I'd like to thank the leadership from the City Council for presenting this item to us for preparation and for your consideration. It is regarding the substantial impacts that might be borne if there were to be citywide rent control. And it recommends to any future proposal that comes before the City Council that it is recommended that it goes before the voters of the city for their decision. And if that decision is not made and wants to stay with the City Council, that a supermajority vote would be what would be recommended instead of taking it before a vote of the people. That would be a good measure and indication that there was support on the City Council to not take it to a vote of the people. So if you have any questions on the resolution before you, I'm available to answer.
Laura, yes.
So my question is, can it also work in the reverse, meaning the rent control measure, if we were to pass this, and if we were to set up either a supermajority or a ballot measure, can it work in reverse that the rent control ordinance that the city has passed will have to be overturned by a supermajority?
I would think not. I think that ordinance stands on its own, has already been adopted and approved by the City Council.
But could that ordinance, hypothetically, could that ordinance be overturned by a simple majority of council?
Yes.
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 So therefore, getting back to what I would like to see, just a friendly amendment, that the rent control ordinance that has already been passed by the City Council, it can only be overturned by a supermajority.
I'm going to look to legal counsel.
May I add that friendly amendment to this?
Are you referencing?
The mobile home rent control ordinance that was passed.
Well, that's not for consideration tonight, number one, so we'd have to bring that back. But number two, the difficulty in imposing supermajorities upon future city councils is that there is a body of law and attorney general opinions that, in essence, state that an existing city council cannot bind the hands or future decisions of future city councils. So you certainly could put that language in the ordinance or in a resolution, the ability to be, a future city council to be bound by that. It could be challenging if a council says, nope, we want to do a simple majority, but it does express the wishes and intentions of this city council to a future city council.
Got it. So I withdraw that.
Yes, Councilmember.
And this is a question for our city attorney. I'm hearing the words ordinance and resolution. This is a resolution.
Sure. This is a resolution, yes.
So this is not, and we can't do an ordinance on this matter. I mean, we did an ordinance on the mobile home stabilization as it relates to what it entailed as far as stabilization, but this here is not written and or have the substance for an ordinance. So it's a resolution.
It is a resolution recommending action by the voters in the future. The mobile home rent stabilization ordinance is an ordinance, it's law. The difference between a resolution and an ordinance is that an ordinance adopted by a city council is the law of Pico Rivera.
Right.
A resolution is a statement of, it can be policy or viewpoint. It has, it's not as binding as an ordinance is.
So this resolution is not binding, even with call it a supermajority, because again, in the future, we're all gone. Somebody could say, yes, we're going to change that with a simple majority. So it's not binding.
It is binding for as long as the resolution is in place.
Right. So 3 meetings from now, hypothetically, we choose to change this by a simple majority. That's as good as it gets.
That is correct.
So it's a statement that we're making here.
Mm-hmm. That is also correct.
So it's a statement that we're making that future majorities put a ballot measure of any rent control stabilization in the city of Pico Rivera, which, again, it's a statement.
But I think you're trivializing the intent, okay? The response that we had from this was that we had property owners, okay? We had homeowners that basically said, this is going to affect our property values, okay? And we had no say in it, all right? We are allowing them to have a say in it. And, there was just a recent study where a city just finished its rent control situation. And the financial impact was that it did affect the community, and it did affect the property values of that particular community. And the resolution was, it's a short-term fix, but in terms of a long-term, it depreciates the value of the community. I think, again, the point that we're trying to do is that we're trying to say we want to protect everyone. We want to protect everyone. And what it does is that it basically taxes us to become more creative in establishing ordinances to do these kinds of things. So, again, you may call it language, but I call it a symbolic gesture of protecting the property rights of individuals in Pico Rivera.
Mayor, if I may. And just so and we've had this discussion during the mobile home park rent stabilization, and we were trying to make it clear, and we'll make it clear again. The discussion of a rent stabilization, mobile home park rent stabilization, does not impact the city of Pico Rivera. It's
You know what? That's not true. That's an assumption that you made.
May I?
Well, I have to do it because
Councilmember Elias, let him finish, and then you can go ahead. Thank you.
So once again, and I'll make the statement, and I'll debate it. Whomever wants to debate the issue. Mobile home park state rent stabilization does not impact the city of Pico Rivera.
Do you have the qualifications to debate anyone on that?
Sounds like you don't, but nevertheless.
Sounds like I don't?
Nevertheless, if I may, Mayor, be professional.
Please, let's take turns.
My statement and my comments is mobile home park rent stabilization is different than a citywide rent stabilization. I don't support citywide rent stabilization. I don't think any of this body up here supports citywide rent stabilization. And there's nothing that is in this resolution that's going to prohibit any new philosophy or ideology of future elected officials to change that. Maybe it gets more strict as you want it, or maybe it gets less strict, but that's dependent upon the elected body in the future. So this is clearly a statement that we should do this, but it does not bind anyone to future. And I'm asking our city attorney to tell me otherwise. But I just want to make sure it's clear that the community understands what somebody perceives to be true and what somebody, the facts.
Councilmember Elias.
Well, if you want them to make an ordinance out of it, you could make the motion, to call it an ordinance if you want.
You can't make an ordinance, you just heard.
But you were able to make an ordinance just that fast with the trailer parks, weren't you?
It's different to what this. You have to understand the difference of the laws.
What I'm saying right now is that here's an effort to protect it, okay?
This is a statement.
And my concern is that you don't trivialize it by saying it's just a statement.
Call it what it is.
It's an effort. Call it what it is.
I'm just calling it for what it is.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, Councilmember Camacho brings up a good point, and you explained it once. And can we get back to your question on if I could repackage your argument and then correct me if I misrepresent it, because I think you make an important point. This is just simple. This is a resolution. And this resolution can be overturned by a 3-2 vote. Is that what you were getting at? Okay. Can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, a resolution such as this could recommend that future action by a City Council must include a supermajority vote to implement that action. It can recommend that. The law is that even by doing so, if a future City Council, or even this City Council, at a future date wishes to repeal the resolution, or amend the resolution, it may do so by a simple majority of the council.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I may speak, I believe the issue of mobile home rent control has already completed itself or is in the process, so that commentary should be left for some other day. The item here has to do with the resolution for rent control for all residents of apartments and homes, not mobile homes. And the state of California already has rent control for every city. So I don't feel that our council or any future council would have to meddle with current statewide rent control, and she'll feel a need to create a city rent control for apartments and homes. Now, for that reason, I think our council is intelligent enough, and I should hope that future councils would not implement city rent control for apartments and homes, being the fact that the state already has rent control for apartments and homes. So for that reason, I wanted to clarify that for everyone and myself. And those are my comments, and if there are any additional opinions differing from what I'm saying, I'd like to hear them.
Okay. Do we have a motion for any action or recommendation for any action?
So if I could just make a last comment. I agree with Councilmember Lutz in the sense that there's statewide rent control, but another body could come and say, well, the statewide rent control, the cap could be 7%, but a municipality could say, well, we want to pass rent control that's 3% or 2%, right? So, and that would supersede in the jurisdiction. So they could come and alter that. My concern is that I would like the public to weigh in on this matter in regards to rent control. So I understand the intent of this. I'm just concerned about how binding this is. I think a lot of us agree with the resolution, with the intent that it's getting at. I just don't know how binding this is and what it's going to do to tie the hands of future city council members. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to comment as well. I'm not in favor of putting restrictions on future councils. I would like to believe that past council members would leave it up to me as I'm a new council member, just like the three of us. So I'm not in favor of putting restrictions on voting or future items for future councils, because I'd like to believe that at that point in time, there may be a different situation with the rental market. Maybe there may be changes that we're not aware of. So I'm not in favor of putting restrictions for future councils. Do we have a motion or recommendation?
I just get a little disturbed that when we're talking about the welfare and the benefits of an entire city, that we find ourselves as the ultimate decision makers. We have I don't think that we have allowed. We keep talking about engagement, but we don't engage the community, and we don't get them in part of the decision making process. And again, I think that they're due. I think they're due this, okay? The very day that we passed the ordinance there, I had people come to me and say, you know what, this isn't fair. Okay, if you do it to trailers, you got to do it for us, okay? And you know what kind of impact it's going to create on our community that's just developing right now? I've already heard developers say, you start doing rent control, we're out. Okay, so what we're doing is that we're forfeiting our future just for the idea that we want to keep the power to be able to make those decisions? No way. we're a compassionate community, okay? If we need help, then let's help them. But we don't have to do it at the sacrifice of everyone without their consent.
Do we have a motion or recommendation? Do we need a motion for this or just for discussion? Okay. Okay, so I think we have a consensus. We can move on to the next item. Item number 14 is the discussion regarding our Veterans Resource Center. I can provide an update on that as well. We discussed this on the agenda with our ad hoc committee, and the feedback from the veterans was that they certainly would like, similar to what the commander mentioned, 5 days a week services to veterans. We do have a large veteran population in the city. The feedback was also that they would like it somewhere central because we have an American Legion and VFW on the north side. We have an American Legion and VFW on the south side of town. So they recommended somewhere central, as well as to look at the data of the ages and the needs of. It was an assumption that veterans, the majority of veterans, are seniors. We don't know that for a fact, but we can look up. I believe we did a census recently, and if we can look up some numbers about the ages of the veterans. And one of the veterans brought up that there is a caseworker that's currently working out of the senior center that is paid, a city staff that assists seniors 50 and older, and whether they're veteran or not. And that individual is already working at the senior center. So those were some topics that were discussed. Certainly we recognize that not all veterans are seniors, not all veterans are men. And so there was a large conversation. Some of the services that are provided are to spouses, such as Rachel, she's a surviving spouse. So the services that the Veterans Center might provide might be services to spouses as well at that center. So there was a large conversation about that. The city manager, I believe, was in communication with, and council member Elias were in communication with the LA County Public Library. However, that they only were able to offer us 1 day per week, 4 hours. And I think the consensus of the ad hoc were that is not sufficient because let's say each veteran took 1 hour with a staff or an officer to help, a veterans resource officer, if it would take 4 hours, they'd only see 4 veterans per day, and that's how much per week actually. They would see 4 veterans per week. So they felt that 4 hours per day, once per week, would not be sufficient to provide a resource center for the city. So that's the feedback. Anything else, Councilmember Elias?
No, that was the most significant, and I think the most beneficial was the agreement that that one day is not going to be enough. That 1 day is not going to be enough.
Councilmember Lara, yes.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to thank Councilmember Elias for championing this item. As what was manifested by the speakers that came in, this is something that, in my opinion, should have been done a while back. But we're here now, and we're going to do it. So I also met Councilmember Lutz, if I may, and we also met with a few veterans, and we heard them out, and we talked. We actually met with the VSO, and it was educational. It was educational for me because it's not a space that I deal with on an everyday basis. So just understanding the complexity and the operation of a VSO and his abilities, but then also getting recommendations on what the game plan could be to have a successful Veterans Resource Center that is sustainable for years. One of the recommendations that was given is that the city would look into hiring potentially a part-time worker to staff the Veterans Resource Center. The VSO, they're like a physician. They're like a specialized physician, okay? And their time is at multiple veteran resource centers. So the VSO spoke with us and he said, you know, I can probably only give like 4 hours a week. But his work would be more efficient if there was someone manning a desk, so that they could be trained to do the clerical work, so that he comes in and all that clerical work is done and he's able to process more claims, interact with more veterans because he's been teed up already. So that was one recommendation on having that as a part-time city position. The second recommendation was because of the restraints with the LA County Library and the amount of money that they were going to charge us, that it would be best if we looked for an alternative site, something that can be serviced at a minimum of 3 days a week. And, you know, there was discussion about using the senior center. There was a brief discussion about putting a trailer in the parking lot of the senior center. There could be other discussions about just renting an office space in the city of Pico Rivera. But the concern was that, and we walked through it with Janice Hahn, with the supervisor, is where they want to position the VSO and the Veterans Resource Center. There's no privacy. There's no privacy. And some of these issues are very sensitive, and there needs to be a level of privacy that goes along with that. So in my opinion, it's a must that they get their own space, whether it's a city space or whether we enter into a lease agreement with a commercial space. I think that's something that's going to set for it to last for a number of years. I want to say this. I think we need to set a budget. They need to have their own budget. They need to have their own resources. Because it's not something I want to see that's going to die off. Because there's Afghanistan vets right now, there's Iraqi vets. And maybe they're not at that age where they're tapping into all of their resources that's available. But they will come of age. And I want to make sure that Pico Rivera is a beacon for that. So, you know, whether it's one idea could be, and I'll wrap up, sorry. One idea could be, you know, there's a proposal for a warehouse. I understand it's controversial. But along with that warehouse is a billboard. And that billboard is going to give income to the city. I would propose, once that comes eventually, that we consider using that revenue to fund the resource center so that they have money that can be relied upon. You know, based upon my experience with small groups, sustainability isn't just creating a commission, but it's giving them a budget and money so that they can do projects that are of their own destiny. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, thank you. I think there's a consensus that everybody here on the dais wants that resource center to be successful and to be long-term into perpetuity. There are some restrictions with the library, though. If the library will allow us to use or borrow a space, which are those private rooms, we'd have to have the veteran service officer clean up his computer, his paperwork, and leave it as if no one was there on a daily. And that would be really inefficient. We're looking to have an actual solid, established office space so they can conduct their private interviews with the veterans and the veterans' families so they can take care of all the resources that are available. If we're looking to get this done in a timely manner at the minimal cost with existing resources that are already in place, at a location that is very comfortable and familiar, the idea was tossed around the senior center. The senior center has private offices, has computers to be accessed if there's a veteran that just wants to quickly go on the computer and access information on their own. But if they need to talk to a veteran service officer or an assistant that is hired on by the city, they have immediate access. It's a well-known location, and that, I would imagine, Mr. City Manager, could be whipped up in the next couple months with limited red tape. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, thanks. We definitely, if directed by council, we can look at and bring back various proposals, including the one you suggested. I think the senior center will bring back our recommendations, staffing recommendations. I understand this is the desire of council, and we'll bring it back expeditiously.
So in my final comment, I would say if we can direct staff in finding out what the cost would be, the time frame, and what would be the anticipated grand opening date if we were to utilize, say, example one, senior center as the anchor place for the resource center for veterans.
I second that.
Councilmember Camacho.
Yeah, thank you, and you guys are right, colleagues. This is definitely long overdue, something we should have provided, and working with a lot of veterans here in the city. It's a resource that I would, whenever I got a call, it would depend on our federal representatives or our county representatives to provide whatever level of services that we can send them to. And so now that we've gotten to a point that we're building the infrastructure of sustainability, because as you mentioned, Councilmember, sustainability is key. It's creating a comprehensive, sustainable service that is not going to die out based on volunteers or so forth. So I thank you, Mayor, for that clear and concise report as to where we are today and, you know, the productivity that we're making to this point. You know, I never saw the library as a viable location for the many reasons that was stated. I think the fact that we have a senior center and we have multiple other locations that we can use, but the senior center is an ideal location. One, we have staff already there. Two, we have areas that we can build out an office. You know, and I can visualize some particular areas that we can actually build a specific office just for the Veterans Resource Center. And so, but in order to do that, we got to allocate a budget. And as was stated by my colleagues, we want to make sure that, you know, it's not just based on volunteers. We'll support, we like the support of volunteers, but having a, you know, purpose of Parks and Rec employee, I'm over here talking online and all. But I think in that sense, and in addition to that, whomever that individual is, the, you know, more expert and veteran on the subject matter, is someone, you know, similar to what we know way back when we created a caseworker, senior caseworker at the senior center that was dealing just with senior services.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the ideal name proper that we got. But, you know, we allocated $15,000. That's not, obviously, that I know that was more for the basis of the library, but that's not going to get us anywhere. I think we truly need to figure out a true cost, a budget that is going to be able to hire, repurpose, construct the location that we can have this sustainable service for the future that would include, you know, a variety of services from our seniors, student veterans, you know, reentry programs. I mean, there's a lot of veterans in these categories that we have to really go out and promote and attract. And keeping in mind that this Veterans Resource Center is an informational center. It's a referral center. It will be basically facilitating and helping them. Even as simple as what I hear a lot, that there's a lot of veterans that have never got their medals, and they just need their medals, and there's a process and so forth. And we can assist them in those things, but making sure that we move it in that direction. So budget, staff, location, let's build the infrastructure, let's build it right, and I think we can expedite this. I agree. Let's you know, move this as quick as possible so we get that going. Thank you, Mayor.
Good.
Yes, Councilmember
You
Lyon.
just, I consider myself a passionate capitalist. And if you take a look at it, you know, there are benefits, new benefits that have come down that range about over $3,000 for our veterans here. We have to build wealth in the community. We have 1,500 veterans. We don't know how many, well, a large portion of the ones that responded to our survey needed benefits. So we have that pool of, you know, of potential capital that we could bring in from their benefits, you know, and that's something that we have to work with. The other thing that you know, I take into consideration is that the population of Pico Rivera has been declining. the kind of people that we want to be able to attract are those young veterans that bring a wealth of benefits with them, education, homeowning, and so on. So what I would like to do is develop a little mecca where we can attract the younger veterans in here and help make your dream come true there in terms of our plan.
Thank you. Well, I think we have consensus if you can take that back and let us know about locations and bring that back as expeditiously as possible.
Yeah, we'll get on it.
Okay. Thank you.
You see why I'm always thinking about you? Yeah.
So let's move on to item number 15. This is our last item for the regular agenda.
Great. Mayor, City Council, I'd like to turn it over to Director, Assistant City Manager, Angelina Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. City
You wear
Manager.
2 hats, so this is the hat you're wearing tonight.
Yes. I'll keep this brief since it's kind of a long council meeting, but it is an important one. We're here to report to you the mid-year financial review with a concentration of the general fund, as it is our largest and most active fund of the city. So this focuses on the first 6 months of the fiscal year, and we're reporting on activity through December 31st, 2021. Getting a little... I think I'm going to have to ask the media team to start advancing it for me. It doesn't look like this is working. Okay, great. So this, before we get into the numbers, we wanted to show you what our appropriations have done in terms of where has our money gone. We have moved very fast, despite a lot of ongoing COVID challenges. But as you can see, all departments have been very busy in accomplishing quite a few efforts. On the administration side, we've secured grants. I know Assistant to the City Manager Hernandez and Caitlin McGee have secured Caltrans grants and SoCal Gas grants. I think the biggest, most collaborative effort on the administrative side was finalizing and bringing forward a 5-year strategic plan. I know we have brought forward priorities, and the next step is going to be to refine those priorities into actual tactics that are going to go hand in hand with preparing the second of the 2-year multi-year budget, as well as building a 5-year forecast. On the administrative services side, I'm happy to report that thanks to all the efforts, we've finalized a procurement policy that's been blessed by this council. We have brought forward $19 million to be funded with $14 million of ARPA funds, so we stretched our dollars a little bit. We've been able to secure $159,000 in utility relief programs for our utility customers, and we have switched over the telephones to a new internet-based telecom service. So that's just a few over at Community Economic Development. We've implemented a vacant lot ordinance, and housing element draft has been completed. Human Resources continues COVID prevention plan efforts. We've been fast and furious in hiring over 30 employees. We've started the job descriptions and so on. Parks and Rec has been extremely busy, as Director Ugar reports, 8 special events. The summer camp has been sold out for 8 weeks solid. We've had 59,000 grab-and-go meals delivered and secured 24,000 for No Kid Go Hungry grant. On the public works side, we've done the annual field maintenance over the winter to prepare for the spring and summer sports. We've made long strides with the PFAS treatment system, and we are underway with the facilities assessment program. Facilities assessment review. So now getting into the revenues, here's just a few highlights over on the revenue side. We won't touch on everything, but we will touch on the most important ones. As you know, the sales tax category is our largest revenue category in the general fund, and we're seeing upward trends in the sales tax, both as a result of all of the online sales and the current strength in our box stores. We have the type of mix that we don't have big malls. We just have, those stores that were constantly open through COVID, so it's been very consistent sales. But the online sales, primarily by the Wayfair decision, brought in an influx of new sales tax on the online front. So that has resulted in an increase of, at this point, over $1.2 million compared to the same period last year. The other item worth noting is the utility user tax. So because electricity and gas prices haven't continued to increase, that then results in the utility user tax coming back to the city at a higher rate. Over on the expenditure front, you can see that despite lots of funded activities that we put through in the operating budget, we are still very lean when it comes to our expenditures. You can see that they are tracking in line with 2021 numbers at this point. The only uptick is in the parks and recs, and that's just natural as park programming reopens, and we had a lot of special events that went on for the first half of the year compared to 2021. So we do have a few adjustments that are included in the staff report that is in front of you. Over on the revenue side, for full transparency, we wanted to just put forward a modest increase to revenues. It's a net of just over $2 million, and primarily due to just the increase in the sales tax trends. Over on the expenditure side, departments have tried to just continue with their lean budgeting practices, and we've tried to just been strategic as to how we spend every dollar that we have appropriated, moved around some funds, tightened up the belt a little bit, but what you see here is $58,400 in additional appropriations for all of the departments, and that's just to cover some uptick in costs and unanticipated costs in purchase of supplies for equipment repair, primarily, and other supplies that have just gone up in price. So not too much that we're requesting. So here you have a snapshot, revenues to expenditures. Again, you see a slight uptick in revenues of about $1.4 million compared to the same period last year. On the expenditure side, $1.2 million compared to the same period last year. That's just normal growth. We also wanted to point out that the $5 million that was approved to go in to pay down the refinancing of the tabs is noted in the general fund. That does not take from the operating fund balance. That takes from an existing designation that was always set aside for that refinancing. Let's see. On the enterprise funds, we wanted to just highlight some of these are the 4 enterprise funds that we have to report. And this is just for the first 6 months of the year. As you can see, the golf course, there were some expenditures over revenues that is causing a slight deficit compared to the same period last year. That's the big unknown right now as, we continue to see the effects of just the close down of a large part of the golf course. On the prime side, just the instability of the rates has caused a little bit of a deficit compared to for the first 6 months of the year, I should say. In the sports arena, there was just a timing issue in the submittal of the rent revenue payments on the sports arena, but we expect that to taper off for the second half of the year as we received some of the payments in January of 2022. We do have a few adjustments to report on the enterprise funds, primarily in the prime fund. There isn't anything exotic other than as the rates increased, we have to make note of the impact on the revenues and the expenditures. So to right size it, there was an adjustment needed of $2 million on both sides. So just a quick recap, the recommendation that is put before you today in the staff report is to receive and file the mid-year report and accept our recommendations for the adjustments both on the general fund and on the enterprise funds. So that concludes my report. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Any questions from the council? None? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I just have a statement.
Yes.
No, I just, again, as we highlight certain things, as particularly we talked about the road improvements, just it's important to recognize as I see a $2 million surplus. And, I think it's a combination of policy decisions here as the council, it's staff being able to manage, this unprecedented times and squeeze when we needed to, but now we're in an upswing in the sense of this growth based on the sales tax. Of course, I'll give credit to our predecessors who brought in the Targets and the Lowe's and the Walmarts as an example. And even though we took a hit with Home Depot when they left, I think these new retailers and the fact that we have a pretty diverse retail base allows for this sales tax increase. So always very volatile, but nevertheless, this is great. Thank you for that.
Cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic.
Yes, Councilmember Lara.
Sorry, Councilmember Camacho, I'm going to take a little bit the opposite. I don't want the city to become lull in terms of thinking that we have surpluses that we should make long-term expenditures. I'm always reminded about Peloton during this pandemic. If you look at their stock price, shot up to $125, right? Because everyone thought we were going to be stuck at home forever, and everyone was going to ride Pelotons, and now it's $20, and they're talking about buying it out. And they were a classic example of the pandemic. And I'm concerned when I see all these surpluses, because it's not just the city, it's every city throughout in this region. Whittier, Montebello, everybody has surpluses, right? Because we didn't anticipate the economy being as robust. We didn't take into consideration inflation. And, happily, we have surpluses. My concern is that we think that we don't get the false impression that these surpluses are going to stay that way for years on end.
Right. So if I can respond to that. So the way that we budget and create our long-term plan is, to just have this idea that ongoing revenues, predictable revenues, should pay for ongoing programs and activities. With surpluses, and the reason that we report them at year end, like we did a few weeks back, is to be able to report out to council the exact number and also to make light of the fact that these, in our eyes, are considered one-time. So one-time revenues or one-time surpluses should ideally go to fund one-time expenditures, not to build additional appropriations or expenditures long-term, right, to add to the structural capacity that we may or may not have in the future.
And Mayor, if I would just add, you're correct. I think as we have been fiscally prudent, right, we have to be mindful of that and not just all of a sudden we got a free spending day. Fiscally prudent, we got to continue on the same path. But it's just great to talk about, be having a conversation about a surplus, then a conversation about deficits. And I've been in those conversations of deficits. And so, I've seen those up and down. So nevertheless, fiscally prudency is key.
Councilmember Elias.
Yes, I'd like to talk about Prime.
Yes.
I've had several residents come to me and say, listen, I have people coming to my house, just selling the heck out of me to get out of Prime and go into something, something else, okay? I think we have to take a more aggressive stance in terms of the marketing and promotion of Prime. Because again, what we're doing is that we're kind of assuming that, they're going to join us just because we're good guys. But there's competition out there. And again, the people are telling me, I don't want to hear this competition. I don't want to hear that I'm going to get a better price. I want Prime. And, there isn't a voice out there. So, I'd like to see a little bit more of a private sector aggression in terms of marketing and promotion of the utility.
Thank you. Noted.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would agree with Councilman the fact that Prime is the city-owned electrical company, so the profits go to the city, and those profits are dispersed amongst our residents in improving our streets, giving them more park space and beautification projects. So remember, residents, you have a choice, but when you go with Prime, you have the ability to disperse those revenues amongst the city and beautify it. But other than that, I appreciate the report.
Thank you.
With that, we have city manager and staff report, but could I ask, could we revisit, give us an update on the
I
public comment?
apologize. I think we need.
Is it, we vote, we need a motion,
Yes,
sorry.
to
We have a motion to approve.
I make a motion that we receive and file.
Receive and file.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you, motion passes.
Thank you.
I would like an update from, regarding the public comment. If we have anybody, are we able to connect, or did we receive anything? Can we?
Madam Mayor, we have two people, I believe, on the line. First speaker, I have Jose Sanchez. Jose Sanchez.
None?
Next speaker, we have Jimmy Huniga.
None? Did we receive any email correspondence?
We received 3.
Can you please read those? Or, just let us know the individual and what was the topic.
Okay. The first one was Lauren Talbot, and that was regarding the change in library hours. Second one we received was from Vanessa Carrillo, and it was she provided her opposition to the tobacco item number 4. And Diego Rubalcaba regarding mobile home rent control update and section 9.48.030 interpretation.
Now we can hear.
And that was all the emails received. There was 3.
Madam Mayor, we'll forward those emails to all City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Being that we're talking about public comment, would it be appropriate to talk about opening up the city, given that the mask mandates and a lot of items have changed?
I think that may be in the staff report next, so
Yeah,
that's a good transition. Okay, let's transition over to staff report, and I apologize to anybody that was on the line or on the call for our audio and visual issues, but you can always email public comment, and we do. Oh, there he is! Yay!
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you now.
Oh, finally. I basically sent all of my comments on chat already, but I'll
You have
go ahead
3.
again.
You have 3 minutes. We'll give you 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good enough. Mayor, council members, once again commenting about the damage that is being done to my community by the inadequate work done on Rossi Boulevard that was originally dug and botched up in 2008, made worse now by the work done this last December and 2 weeks ago, to the extent that the current repair plan to resolve the pounding and vibration may not be good enough anymore. What good is it to bring to the City Council for approval a project engineered, bidded on, funded, ready to execute, and then have it changed or ignored to save a dime perhaps? Does the City Council care or is even aware? CIP 50041, approved by the City Council on September 2021, the engineering for the repair of the trench and the resurfacing of Rossi Boulevard from Whittier to Gallatin was ignored. If you're told that what was done is good, then you're either being lied to or misinformed. Pictures show the work done is far from it. It's not CIP 50041. And what was done, right now, we're getting a whole bunch of pounding and vibration from what was done. The cracks on the cinder block fence are not a mirage. Why hasn't Public Works hired a vibration monitoring contractor so the Public Works and the City Council can quantifiably know how bad the situation is? The crack, now you have, or at least you had an item 8, which is basically already passed, 2 CIPs for approval. The question really is, do you, as a council, do you even matter if in the end the city engineer, experienced or not, given the authority by code, can change the engineering at will? And so again, I ask, please close Roseville Boulevard to all heavy freight traffic, from Beverly Boulevard to Gallatin Road until the proper repairs are made. Our community is getting destroyed by the pounding and vibration when heavy freight vehicles roll over the trench yet again. Watch repair. This cannot keep going on and on and on. You need to grind the asphalt because they left speed bumps, and then hire the right expertise to help Public Works assist and repair the trench. And now they'll probably even need more work than before. So we need to fix it. They need to fix it right so the city doesn't spend more and more and more. So please get it done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Jimmy Huneha? Jimmy?
No? Okay. Okay, we'll move on now to our city manager staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Obviously, reopening is a hot topic. In collaborating with some of my colleagues, other city managers, just getting some ideas from around, and of course, talking to HR. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Pam Ugar to kind of give a plan of how we're going to reopen our Park and Recs facilities, like our senior center and other facilities that we have. So, Pam?
Sure. We are very excited to open. We can't wait. This past weekend, we had opening day over at Rio Vista Park, and I could say everybody was pumped up and excited, and your pictures on Facebook were just beautiful, and I think the community is ready to open. That being said, just understand we also have a really kind of terrible staffing shortage. You know, everybody's having a staffing shortage, and I know Director Hudson would agree with that we're constantly trying to compete to get the part-timers. So part of our reopening strategy is based on the hours that we can actually have staff available to open. So for the senior center, we're going to have our soft opening starting on March 21st. That is by reservation only, and it's not by reservation only because of the COVID protocol. It's more because of the staffing limitations that we have. And we are hoping to have a full opening in April for the senior center.
Can you mute the audio now over there? I'm sorry, Pam.
That's okay.
Is it your cell phone next to a microphone? Anybody's?
Actually, it was. It wasn't on. Sorry about that. So I wasn't sure if anybody had questions about the senior center, but we will be doing like a grand opening meet and greet to welcome everybody back in an early afternoon in April. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Camacho.
Thank you for that, Director. And that was one of my questions I had regarding the senior center, and thank you for giving us an update. And I want to, as I recognize the employee shortage, which is challenging. I know I'm sure we all have gotten calls from our seniors, especially those who use them, saying, okay, our health, and they got good reason. I mean, that's their place where they congregated. I'm hoping that maybe we can move up that date in the sense of, I recognize that and like I said, that might not be the case, but I recognize that we might want to do some programming and have enough staff for that programming. But I think simply just opening up the center itself and having our residents that use it, from those who play on the pool tables and, that kind of usage, we don't need programming. They just want to exercise. They can use the training facility. So I'm thinking that we can do an official grand opening, but I'm wondering if we can just open the doors for those who can just, use it softly. The need is great, and I recognize the challenge of staffing and also with COVID, but, they've been very patient in waiting for us to open that senior center. So whatever we can do to move that date from April sooner, I think that'd be ideal for them.
Sure, I'll work with Steve. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Our fields are open, as you know, they're packed, and we're looking forward to. We have another opening day on March 19th and another opening day on March 26th as well. And you, of course, you're invited to all of those. Our community centers are also starting to reopen, and that's based on staffing levels as well. We have karate, karate's coming back. We're also having problems getting the teachers back. A lot of the teachers have either retired, moved on, so we have been looking for the past 6 months to get new teachers, new ideas, new programming into the community centers and parks. And we're working with administration right now to discuss the possibility of bringing back the rentals and the renting out our facilities. So that will be before you shortly as well. Trying to think what else. Now, as for City Hall, I don't know what the plan is.
Yeah, so if you could just mention our attempt to work with other communities regarding pools.
Oh, absolutely, sure. So when it became obvious that the pool was not going to be opening in 2022, of course, I started out in aquatics, so it makes me sad not to have aquatic programming. That I've reached out, I and my team and I reached out to Whittier, Montebello, Rosemead, and a couple of other cities to see if we can partner with them to utilize their pools for the summer. Everyone's really helpful. I'd have to say we have great partners, great neighbors, and so we will be bringing back an aquatic program of is different kind, but it'll be more like excursions. So we'll be taking our residents to local pools to rec swim. We're hoping to get some some swim lessons in there. However, our neighboring cities are having such a terrible time getting lifeguards that even some of them are looking at having shorter programming for their aquatics because they just don't have lifeguards. So it's tough. But I'm excited that we're thinking about this already, so we should have a plan for summer by the late April.
Any questions on the Park and Rec side?
No.
Great. As far as City Hall goes, at the chambers, we do plan to open at the next council meeting, so we'll be notifying the public just to let them know. These partitions, they can come down, so we'll be working to take them down either at the next council meeting or the following meeting. Still, we have some internal rules for staff among City Hall that we still have to comply with OSHA guidelines, and so we'll comply with them until those changes are noticed by CalOSHA. At the same time, I have some good news as well from the public works side. So we received recently from the Clean California grant of about $8.1 million to beautify a lot of our roadways throughout our community. So hats off to Public Works. And we had two staff members that worked really hard, and we'll be bringing them in at the next council meeting to recognize them. I think it was a great effort. It was a grant that just came up really quickly. And we applied for it, and a month later we got that grant. I think we're one of the only cities that got two grants, and the amount was one of the larger amounts that we got collectively. So hats off to the Public Works team.
Wonderful.
A couple other things I just wanted to report out. SCE, Southern California Edison, I know we mentioned them today. They increased their rates effective March 1st, 2022. They set their generation rates for the coming year based on their fiscal performance in the prior year. This year, because of extreme energy market volatility, The customer power generation rates are seeing dramatic price increases. Over the past year, SCE undercollected from its customers by nearly $800 million, resulting in SCE's generation rates increasing 23%. We are going to have to increase our rates by 30%, but the savings to our customers will still be 1% less than Southern California Edison. As was included in Resolution 7160, I'm communicating to City Council that Prime is adjusting rates and will be notifying their customers of the rate increase adjustment on March 1st. So again, it is an increase, but it's still 1% less than Southern California Edison. If you have any other questions, we're here to answer on that. Also like to give a quick update on the LED conversions. So as you know, the city finalized a purchase of 2,900 streetlights located in a public right-of-way, and that was done in January 2021. There were 1,000 streetlights that were left over as a result. These were not included in the acquisition from SCE. We applied to SCE, and we got them to initiate the LED fixtures with no out-of-pocket capital cost to the city. We anticipate getting those remaining LEDs conversions over starting next month and finalize in August. Again, that'll save the city an annual cost of about savings of 57% off the normal rates. So again, hats off to Caitlin McGee and finalizing this. All our streetlights will be converted to LED shortly by August. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council? No? Okay, thank you. With that, let's go to our good of the order. That's any intergovernmental agency meetings, AB 1234, new business or old business. Councilmember Camacho.
I'll go first. Thank you for that Edison report. I had questions you guys are answering here, but I don't have anything to report from the agencies. I do want to just report on the AB 123. I did go to Sacramento with California Contract Cities Association for a legislative meeting. We've had a variety of different sessions with assembly members, senators, in regards to housing, in regards to homelessness, economic development, public safety. Attorney General was there, Speaker Rendon was there amongst our representatives here. I got a chance to speak with our senator and our new assembly member, Lisa Calderon, regarding, additional grant funding, Prop 68 included. And so they're definitely working towards moving in that direction on behalf of the city of Pico Rivera. But I wanted to highlight two items that we joined, and Mayor Sanchez was there as well, a press conference of two particular bills that are being worked through the channels. They're still in committee, but it was one from Senator Portantino, which is regarding the catalytic converters as it relates to making it the manufacturers to begin to put the VIN number. They're still working on language. I think they can make them a little bit, I think the language could be a little stronger, more punitive in the sense of recovery as far as to who buys them and so forth, but that's in the works right now. There is some additional that it still has to be cleared out it's even doable in the sense if us as a city have city cameras, as an example. I know we just approved for license plate readers, but if we had city cameras, to utilize those in the sense of catching individuals as well, because not only was there a bill introduced regarding catalytic converters, but we're also a bill by Senator Stern regarding street racing and intersection takeovers. I know the Sheriff Department has been trying and working to get these individuals, confiscate their vehicles. There's just so many, but it's very difficult. As we all know, we've seen it. It's been around for several years now, but I think we need to get more strict on that. And so these two bills by Senator Stern, Senator Portantino on catalytic converters and street racing intersection takeovers are moving through the committees, and I'm hopeful with the support there'll be something that we can put some teeth that law enforcement can work with and so forth. So anyways, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lara?
I have no meetings to report off, but I just want to thank all the parents and the softball players, all the women's softball players in Parks and Recs for putting on the event, the opening day for Rio Vista Fast Pitch. It was really nice to see everyone back. And I said it then and I'll say it now. It's who we are as a community. Children, families, people playing, great weather, baseball. It's who we are as Pico Rivera. It was nice. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were two events that we mutually attended in the past weeks, which were the ribbon cutting of Rio Hondo Park playgrounds. The playgrounds were revamped, so the old playground equipment was removed and new, nicer playground equipment with soft surfaces were added. And we did a ribbon cutting, and that was a nice event that we went to. So I wanted to advise on that. And we also went, the mayor and I, to another event, which was, if I recall correctly, Los Angeles County Regional Open Spaces and Parks granted monies to different cities in the Southern California area. And our city applied, specifically our staff applied for a $1 million grant, and our city was awarded that grant, and we received that jumbo check of $1 million. And now we're going to allocate that to the purchase of the property, which is the bus depot on Jackson and Passons. And if everything goes according to plan, we're going to turn that into a beautiful, nice open park space, possibly with a sunken-in amphitheater so people could congregate and enjoy themselves in future summers to come. So that was a great opportunity. 2 events, fun-filled events, and the city's just making progress and strides. And that is really, really a great thing to participate as a council member, and I feel honored to go and represent the community for those 2 great events. And when it comes to new business, I did want to see if we can amend the fiscal budget so we can allocate a credit for new home buyers that are going to be coming into the neighborhood. And this is a discussion item for a future agenda for first responders, that if they are wanting to come into our community, that we would give them a credit of $7,500 to pay for their closing costs to purchase homes in our community, whether they're homes or condominiums. And I know that we do have a little bit of money available, and I think that would be a great add or incentive to encourage families of first responders to come into our community. What I mean by first responders, those typically include law enforcement officers, paramedics, EMTs, firefighters, and also to include nurses and doctors. So that I would like to see if staff can bring it up for a future agenda item and see if it's a possible item and there's money in the budget to amend the budget for that. And that concludes my new business. Yeah.
Are you seeking a second?
Yes, a second would be great on that.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Elias.
I'm going to take my time reading an email from Commander Jesse Elias. Now, he had mailed it to us or sent it to us back in February 22nd, and he hadn't gotten a response. So I asked, I said, can I do this for you to get it on the record? And he said, please, if you would. Dear council member, it has come to my attention that one of the council members is being investigated for whatever reason. It is appalling that my name is being associated with this council member. I have been a resident of Pico Rivera for over 50 years, and not once have I been associated with nor or any relationship to Councilman Raul Elias. We so happen to have the same last name. As members of the City Council, you should do some research before dragging innocent people like myself through this conspiracy theory you have that I am part of this investigation because of my name. This letter is to inform the City Council again that I have no relationship with Raul Elias and we are not related. I do not know him as a council. I do know him as a council member and only as a council member. For any questions and confirm receipt, please reply to this email.
Is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to report under AB 1234, I too attended the California Contract Cities Conference in Sacramento last week, and I was able to meet with a number of assembly members, senators, as well as participate in the conference information. The topics included homelessness, public safety, as well as mainly an emphasis on local control, reminding legislators that the bills in which they pass and propose for the future, to remind them to talk to their mayors and their council members before they put these bills forward, to see that sometimes there may be unintended impacts of smaller cities, medium-sized cities. So it was a great conference. We had presentations by a number of senators and assembly members that came out to speak to us, and we had an opportunity to speak with many of them as well. So another item I wanted to share is I am the representative for the city that sits on the SASFA board. And one item which I'll have to follow up with our assistant city manager possibly, they too are dealing with unfunded liability through through their retirement accounts, and I believe it's about $11 million that they're facing. One item that they did discuss was SASFA is a joint powers agreement between multiple cities, and there's a representative from Whittier, as well as La Mirada, as well as Pico Rivera. So a conversation that we had was, what if in the future something happens and the SASFA would have to shut their doors down? That the SASFA are the primarily they provide us senior services like the food delivery for our seniors. And so there was a conversation around, are we liable, the city, for a portion of that unfunded liability? And so that goes along with our conversation that we had about our pension obligation bond. So that's a conversation for the future about what responsibility Pico Rivera has for SASFA's unfunded liability. And so that was a conversation I need to have. In addition, I did attend the Rio Vista opening day softball, girls fast pitch softball. That was awesome. And we did receive, Mayor Pro Tem and I received a large $1 million check from the Measure A grant, and that was exclusively for land acquisition to purchase that lot. So thank you so much to all of our staff that took the time to do that. Lastly, I want to share today is International Women's Day, and I want to thank all of our city staff, including our captain. We have a number of our assistant city manager, our city clerk, our deputy city clerk, our director, our Parks and Rec director, our sustainability manager. There are a number of women that are the backbone of the city, and we are very diverse, and I want to thank you today. I hope you had a great day for International Women's Day. So that's it.
Thank you.
And I think that is it, right, for our meeting. So I would like to adjourn our meeting. Good evening.